From the moment you were born, a carefully crafted version of reality began to take shape around you. It started with your name, assigned before you could speak. Then came colors, faces, symbols, the alphabet, the number line, the quiet voice of authority that whispered, "This is how things are." But what if I told you that none of it, not the rules, not the structure, not even the space you're sitting in, is what it seems? What if the entire experience you call your life is part of an elaborate illusion designed not to inform you but to contain you? You weren't born into freedom, you were born into a system. And the system doesn't educate, it conditions. It wraps you in layers of consensus, feeding you comforting stories that feel like truth but operate like programs. From the first time you were told to be realistic, a boundary was installed. Not a physical wall, but a psychological perimeter. One that dictates how far you're allowed to think, believe, or dream. And that perimeter was built not for your safety but for your compliance. You've been trained to mistake repetition for reality. You see something often enough, you hear it from enough voices, and it starts to feel true. But consensus isn't truth, it's agreement. A collective nod toward an interpretation of life that benefits those who write the rules. Look closer and you'll realize almost every belief you hold about what's real, what's right, and what's possible came from someone else, not through your own direct experience but handed down, transferred, and reinforced until it became invisible. You were taught that the world is solid, measurable, absolute, that the sky is blue, time is linear, and you are a person moving through a world that exists separately from you. But none of this is objectively verifiable. The blue of the sky isn't inherent. It's the result of how light scatters in Earth's atmosphere, interpreted by the limited biology of your eyes and brain. If you had different receptors or a different structure of awareness, the sky would be a different color or no color at all. So what else in your life is a filtered illusion you've mistaken for fact? Let's go deeper. From childhood you were told what to value: success, safety, productivity, a job, a family, a reputation. But did you ever ask who created those definitions? Did you ever question whether the ladder you were climbing was even leaning against a wall you wanted to reach? Society doesn't encourage those questions, it discourages them. Because when you start to question, the illusion begins to fracture. And when the illusion fractures, control becomes harder to maintain. The education system wasn't designed to unlock your potential, it was engineered to standardize it. You were taught to memorize, repeat, and obey. Creativity was tolerated only when it fit within the curriculum. Questioning the structure was labeled as rebellion, and those who refused to conform were diagnosed, medicated, or dismissed as lost causes. But maybe they weren't broken. Maybe they were just immune to the illusion. Maybe you are too, and that's why you're here. Think about how often you've doubted yourself for not fitting in, how many times you felt like the strange one, the misfit, the black sheep. But what if that discomfort wasn't dysfunction? What if it was evidence that your consciousness never fully agreed to the lie? That somewhere deep inside, you always knew this version of reality was too small for the truth inside you. The world told you to be normal, but never told you what normal actually is. Because the truth is, normal doesn't exist. It's a moving target, a manufactured average designed to keep people predictable. You see, the myth of consensus reality isn't just a philosophical idea. It's a prison made of symbols, language, and social pressure. You're not seeing reality as it is. You're seeing it through a lens, shaped by culture, fear, and repetition. And every time you question that lens, you're given the same answer. That's just the way it is. But that phrase isn't an answer. It's a shutdown command, a firewall in the code of your mind. A way to keep you from asking the only question that truly matters: what if it isn't? What if the world isn't outside you, but inside you? What if everything you perceive as out there is actually a projection of your consciousness, filtered, organized, and interpreted by your beliefs? Science is beginning to confirm what mystics have said for centuries. Perception is not passive, it's active. Your brain doesn't just receive reality, it constructs it. It guesses, edits, and fills in blanks based on prior experience, so much so that most of what you see isn't seen, it's predicted. And if that's true, if your mind is shaping reality instead of just witnessing it, then who shaped your mind? Who taught you what's real and what's not? Who gave you the framework through which you judge success, love, time, and death? You didn't build your inner operating system from scratch. It was preloaded. And every experience you've had since then has either reinforced it or begun to rewrite it. But here's the most dangerous part of the illusion. It rewards those who stay asleep. It gives them titles, promotions, applause. It comforts them with certainty and protects them from the burden of awareness. Waking up isn't glamorous. It's messy. It means losing your sense of identity. It means confronting the possibility that the life you've lived wasn't truly yours, that your choices were echoes, your fears were inherited, your goals were assigned. And yet, once the veil begins to lift, nothing else will satisfy you. You'll start to feel the hollowness in conversations that used to excite you. You'll see through the rituals of normal life, small talk, politics, tribal identity, and realize they're all distractions from the deeper question, who am I beneath all this programming? That question doesn't come with easy answers, but it comes with freedom, because when you stop clinging to a reality that was handed to you, you create space for the one that was meant for you. Here's something they don't want you to know. Reality is malleable, not just on a social level, but on a perceptual, energetic, and even physical level. Your beliefs shape your brain. Your emotions shape your biology. Your expectations shape your experience. This isn't New Age fluff. It's neuroscience, psychology, and quantum theory colliding in a way that threatens the very foundation of consensus. If you begin to believe, truly believe, that reality is not fixed, you become harder to control. You start making choices based on your own inner compass instead of cultural programming. You stop reacting and start creating, and that's dangerous to any system built on obedience. Because free minds aren't predictable. They don't buy what they're told to want. They don't vote for what they're told to fear. They become sovereign. And that's the one thing the illusion can't tolerate. So now you're standing at the edge of that illusion. You can keep pretending, keep performing, keep living inside the story that was written for you. Or you can begin to step out, into the unknown, into the uncomfortable, into the extraordinary. It won't be easy. You'll lose things, people, beliefs, maybe even parts of yourself. But what you gain will be real, not borrowed, not simulated, not programmed, real. Because beneath the illusion of normalcy, beneath the myth of consensus, there is something waiting. Not a truth written in books or shouted from stages, but a knowing, quiet, ancient, and alive, buried beneath everything you were told to ignore. It's not out there, it's in you. And once you remember that, no lie, no matter how old or widespread, can ever control you again. That's the beginning, the first fracture in the illusion. The moment you realize that reality was never what they said it was, and the moment you begin to see what it truly could be. Every time you reach back into your mind to recall a moment, your first heartbreak, your childhood home, the smell of your mother's cooking, what you're actually retrieving isn't a photograph stored in the archive of your brain. You're not watching a replay of a preserved moment in time. You're reconstructing, rebuilding, editing, layering fragments. Memory, as you've been led to believe, is not a recording. It's a living story you rewrite each time you remember it, which begs a question far more unsettling than it first appears. What if nothing you remember actually happened the way you think it did? Your memories feel sacred, personal, yours, but science tells a different story. One that cracks the foundation of identity itself. Neuroscientists have discovered that every time you remember something, your brain reactivates the neural pattern associated with that memory. But here's the twist. It doesn't do so perfectly. Instead, it modifies that pattern based on your current mood, beliefs, context, and expectations. It doesn't just pull the memory off the shelf, it repaints it. The paint dries, and now that altered version becomes the truth you carry with you. The next time you recall it, you're not remembering the original. You're remembering the edited version, and on it goes. You might think of memory like a video saved to a hard drive. It plays back the same way every time, untouched, reliable. But in reality, memory is more like a sandcastle built on a windy beach. You reshape it each time you visit it. Waves of emotion erode parts of it. The tide of time smooths over the edges, and you, without realizing, add new shells, build new towers, insert details that were never there. And you believe them, because they feel real, because they carry the emotional signature that convinces you, yes, this happened. But how much of your life is real if your memories are unreliable? How many of your traumas were amplified through repetition? How many of your regrets were forged not in the moment itself, but in the countless retellings that followed? When you lie awake at night, replaying what they said, what you should have said, what you wish had gone differently, you're not revisiting truth. You're sculpting a narrative, but one that defines how you feel about yourself, your life, your worth. And often, you're sculpting with broken tools. Your memory is deeply susceptible to suggestion. People can plant false memories in you with shocking ease. Just a few gentle nudges, a question phrased a certain way, a photo altered ever so slightly, a pause before a statement, and suddenly your brain fills in the blanks with conviction. Entire events imagined as real. This isn't science fiction, it's documented psychology. And it's terrifying when you realize how easily the mind can confuse simulation with reality. You might ask, why would the brain do this? Why not just keep a perfect record? The answer is more ancient than you think. Survival. The brain doesn't care about accuracy, it cares about efficiency and protection. Memories that are painful get blurred to spare you. Ones that are dangerous get sharpened to keep you alert. Positive memories get polished when you're depressed, reminding you life wasn't always like this. Your brain shapes your past to help you survive your present, and in doing so it creates a reality that may no longer exist, or never existed at all. Think about the stories you tell yourself about who you are. I've always been bad with money. I never finish what I start. I'm not lovable because my parents never showed affection. These aren't objective truths. They're stories written by memory. Memories that have been colored, distorted, and sometimes fabricated entirely, but you treat them like sacred lore. You build your self-image on a foundation of neural illusions. You say, this is who I am, never realizing that who you are is a construction made from unstable data. And here's the paradox. The more often you recall a memory, the more fragile it becomes. Every act of remembering is an act of reshaping. So those moments you cherish, those defining experiences you've held onto for years, have likely morphed far from their original form. They're composites now, made of truth, fiction, emotion, and interpretation, and you'll never know which parts are real. But what does that mean for your life, for your pain, for your identity? It means that much of what you're carrying might not be real in the way you think it is. That grudge you've held onto for years, are you sure it happened the way you remember? That belief that you're not smart enough, brave enough, talented enough, are you sure that story wasn't a seed planted in faulty memory soil, nurtured by repetition and fear? It also means your suffering might be rooted in memories that never happened the way you believe. You may be reliving wounds that are ghosts of interpretations, not events. And every time you revisit them, you strengthen their emotional gravity, pulling your present into their orbit. You're not healing, you're rehearsing, and rehearsal can become a curse. Even your happiest memories are not safe from distortion. The childhood joy, the moment you fell in love, the day you achieved something great, all of them have been filtered through time and meaning. We like to believe that positive memories are more accurate, more pure, but they too are stories, romanticized, idealized, reshaped to comfort us when life feels too hard. You remember how it made you feel, and your brain backfills the rest. You may have believed that your past was a fixed thing, that no matter how much the present changes, your history remains. But history, it turns out, is a living script, and you are the ghostwriter. You edit without realizing. You redact without consent. You add scenes, blur faces, and change dialogue to fit the emotional logic your brain craves. And so you must ask yourself, if the past is fluid, who am I really? Am I the result of what happened, or the result of what I think happened? And if what you think happened isn't reliable, then maybe, just maybe, you are far more free than you've been led to believe. Because if memory can lie, then trauma can dissolve. If memory can shift, then the prison of your identity can be opened. You can choose to reshape your past, not by falsifying it, but by understanding it for what it is, a subjective experience, not a divine truth. You can begin to say, that's how I remember it. But I'm open to the possibility that there's more. And in that openness, a crack appears in the cage. The idea that nothing you remember actually happened the way you think is not meant to unsettle you. It's meant to liberate you. It means you don't have to be a slave to your past. You don't have to carry the weight of every misstep, every mistake, every heartbreak. You can begin again. Not by erasing, but by reinterpreting. By recognizing that your memories are not facts, they're feelings wearing the clothes of events. It also means you must treat other people's memories with humility. Just as your mind constructs reality, so does theirs. Their truth might not match yours, not because someone is lying, but because both of you are dreaming awake. Think about how many arguments you've had because that's not how it happened. But what if you're both right, or both wrong? What if memory itself is too fragile to anchor conflict or blame? Now imagine the power of collective memory, the way history is told, written, passed down. If individual memory is this malleable, what about the stories nations tell, religions, families, cultures? What if entire societies are built on remembered myths, repeated so often they became law? What if the world is shaped by consensus hallucination? This isn't just personal, it's global, it's ancestral, and it means we are all participating in the dream of memory, sometimes using it to create beauty, other times to justify pain. But if we know the dream is dreamt, we can start to wake up. So the next time you reach for a memory, especially one that defines you, pause. Ask yourself not what happened, but what do I believe about what happened? And in that subtle shift, you reclaim authorship. You become the conscious narrator, not the unconscious actor. Because even if nothing you remember happened the way you think it did, what matters most is what you choose to make of it now. You can keep reenacting the story, or you can revise the script. You can cling to every echo of the past, or you can ask, who would I be without this memory? The answer might terrify you, or it might set you free. Right now you believe you're experiencing this moment as it unfolds, fresh, immediate, real. But what if I told you that what you're calling now is already gone? That the present you're so certain you're living in is actually the past, a version of reality already processed, packaged, and slightly outdated by the time it reaches your awareness. You don't perceive the world in real time. You perceive a reconstruction, a delayed broadcast, the version of now your brain could assemble quickly enough to keep you sane. This isn't metaphor, it's neuroscience. Your brain receives an overwhelming amount of data every second. Light, sound, texture, temperature, thought. But raw data isn't experience, it's noise. So your brain, this magnificent filter, this predictive machine, compresses that infinite stream into something coherent, something digestible, something you can understand. But doing that takes time. Milliseconds, yes, but enough time to mean that by the time you're aware of a moment, that moment has already passed. What you call the present is your brain's best guess about what just happened. It's a prediction that feels like a live stream but is in fact a replay. This creates a strange tension. Your body is already responding to a world your mind hasn't consciously caught up to. Your fingers move before you realize you made the decision. Your heart races before you know you're afraid. You react, then explain, not the other way around. You are living slightly behind yourself. And yet, you never notice the delay, because your brain is also a master of illusion. It stitches together perception so seamlessly that the gap vanishes from your awareness. You feel like you're right here, in the moment. But you're not. You're watching a rerun, always. The real-time feed is gone. You only ever see the echo. Think about this. When you see a lightning flash and hear the thunder afterward, you accept the delay. It's just the way sound travels slower than light. But the delay between reality and perception works the same way. Your brain receives the signal, processes it, decides what's important, discards what's not, adds interpretation, context, emotional coloration, then serves it to you as a seamless now. But by then the real now has moved on, the truth has already shifted. You're watching what just was, not what is. This creates a strange, unsettling implication. If you're always living slightly in the past, then so is your sense of self. The you who thinks, speaks, decides, is a construct built after the fact. You're narrating an experience that's already happened, claiming authorship over actions your brain made before you were conscious of them. The illusion of control, of immediacy, begins to crack. You're not steering the ship in real time, you're reacting to its weight. You think you make choices as they arise, but in most cases your brain made those decisions milliseconds before you chose. Tests in neuroscience show that your motor cortex lights up before you even become aware you want to move. Your decision to pick up a glass, to speak a word, to stand and walk, the conscious thought happens after the neural activity begins. Free will, in its classical sense, doesn't operate in the present. It trails behind the body's impulses, rationalizing them as choices only once the act is already in motion. And yet, your brain goes even further. It not only delays reality, it fills in the blanks. Let's say you move your eyes from one side of a room to another. During that rapid movement known as a saccade, your visual input is momentarily suppressed. You're blind for a fraction of a second, but you never notice. Why? Because your brain pastes in the missing image, fabricating continuity. It tricks you into believing you saw everything clearly without interruption, but you didn't. You hallucinated a seamless world and believed in it without question. So what happens when you start to question it? What happens when you realize that every moment of presence you've ever experienced is actually a fragment of the past, wrapped in illusion? It changes everything. You begin to wonder, what else is my brain hiding from me? What else have I mistaken for real? If the present is always delayed, then your reaction to life is inherently reactive, never proactive. You're always a step behind, catching up to events that have already unfolded. But more than that, you begin to grasp that your sense of presence itself is a narrative, a constructed illusion. You don't experience time continuously. You experience it in frames, frozen slices strung together by your mind to create the illusion of flow. Like a film reel running through a projector. Each moment is a snapshot. Your consciousness provides the animation. And here's where it gets even stranger. Your brain sometimes bends time to make the illusion more convincing. In moments of shock or fear, time feels like it slows down. You notice more details. The moment stretches. But what's really happening is your memory system is recording more densely. Your brain tags that moment as important and stores it with higher resolution. Later, when you look back on it, it seems to have lasted longer. Time didn't slow down. Your memory sped up. The opposite can happen too. When life becomes repetitive, same route to work, same conversations, same routine, time seems to accelerate. Whole weeks vanish, years blur. But that's not because time is moving faster. It's because your brain isn't bothering to encode redundant information. No novelty, no memory, and in the absence of memory, time collapses. You begin to feel like your life is passing you by, but really it's your perception that's thinning. So now, ask yourself, if your experience of now is delayed, constructed, and occasionally falsified, What does that say about reality itself? What does it say about the decisions you make, the memories you trust, the identity you cling to? How many moments of your life have you truly experienced in their raw, untouched form? Or have you only ever known the version your brain allowed you to see? You've been told to be present, to live in the now. But what if there is no true now to live in? What if the present moment is just a concept, a useful fiction your mind creates to help you navigate a world that would otherwise overwhelm you? You're not living in the moment. You're living in the shadow of the moment, a mental rendering, updated every instant but never quite current. And yet, within that illusion lies something beautiful, something that hints at the power you still hold. Because if the present is constructed, it can be influenced. If time is perceived, it can be bent. You might not control the raw data your brain receives, but you can begin to shape how it processes it. You can slow down, pay closer attention, introduce novelty, challenge your assumptions. Each of these acts reclaims a bit of awareness from the autopilot. More importantly, understanding the delay frees you from the tyranny of your reactions. You no longer have to take every emotion, every thought, every impulse as truth. You can begin to witness them as echoes, signals from a moment already past, and choose not to act on them immediately. You gain space, and in that space something radical appears. Choice. You may not live in true, real time, but you can become more conscious of the story you're telling about what just happened. You can observe the gap between stimulus and response. You can breathe into the milliseconds and plant a new seed. Not a reaction, but an intention. So yes, your present is already the past. But knowing that gives you the rarest of gifts: perspective. You see the illusion, you feel the machinery, and in seeing it, you become more than just a passenger. You become the one who notices, the one who questions, the one who begins to wake up not just to what is, but to what always was. And when you wake up, even behind the delay, you awaken within the dream. You begin to recognize that perhaps the purpose of this entire strange design isn't to trap you, but to invite you to see beyond it. Not to reject the illusion, but to navigate it with eyes open, with grace, with power, with the understanding that even if you're living slightly behind reality, you are still part of the consciousness shaping it, and that changes everything. You've always believed you were the one choosing, that your thoughts were your own, that your decisions arose from a clear and stable center of self. You think you decide what to wear, what to say, whom to love, and when to walk away. You've been told that free will is the essence of being human, the holy flame of autonomy burning at the core of your consciousness. But what if it isn't? What if that flame is artificial, a clever illusion performed by systems inside you that are older, faster, and far less conscious than you imagine? What if free will is just the theater your biology puts on to convince you that you're in control? Beneath your awareness, your brain is constantly scanning, calculating, and predicting. It analyzes your environment, tracks patterns, and prepares responses, all before you consciously notice anything has changed. Studies in neuroscience have shown that decisions can be predicted seconds before you're even aware of making them. The regions of your brain responsible for motor function and impulse control light up before you think, "I'm going to do this." And once they do, your conscious mind quickly stitches together a story that makes it seem like the choice was yours all along. But the truth is more unsettling. You don't decide, then act. You act, then explain. This delay between decision and awareness reveals something profound. Your consciousness is not the author of your thoughts. It's more like the narrator of a story that's already being written. You rationalize behaviors you didn't initiate, justify emotions you didn't summon, and defend desires you didn't choose. You believe you're the captain of the ship, but you're more like the voice on the intercom, announcing decisions made below deck. And that voice, as convincing as it sounds, is often the last to know. This doesn't make you a machine. It makes you human. But it also means your freedom, the kind you cling to, the kind you think defines your identity, may be far more conditional than you've been led to believe. It might not be true freedom, but the illusion of it. A beautifully rendered interface designed to hide the code running underneath. And that code is made of instincts, survival drives, evolutionary wiring, social programming, and subconscious patterns learned long before you could speak. Think about how you respond to a song you love. You don't choose to feel joy or nostalgia or sadness. The feeling arises, unbidden, and then you explain it. You say, "This reminds me of high school," or "This always lifts my mood." But you didn't summon that reaction, you received it. The same goes for a smell that pulls you into memory, a face that instantly triggers trust or fear, a word that makes your heart race. These aren't chosen responses, they're reflexes dressed up as decisions. Your body is the stage, your thoughts are the actors, and free will is the play being performed. Not for others, but for you. And the performance is so convincing, so seamless, that you never question the script. You believe you wrote it, but much of it was written before you even arrived. Genetic inheritance, childhood conditioning, cultural influence, all of it laid the groundwork for what you would later call your choices, and those choices were rarely free. They were highly constrained by your biology, by your history, by the invisible architecture of belief that surrounds you. Consider this. You didn't choose your parents, your environment, or the language you first learned to speak. You didn't choose your early traumas, the stories you were told, or the systems you were raised within. And yet those experiences shaped your emotional triggers, your attachment style, your fears, and your desires. They became the soil in which your identity grew. And now, decades later, you make choices based on preferences that were shaped by conditions you never had a say in. You were formed before you were aware. And then you were told, "Be yourself." But what self is that, exactly? Even your most seemingly deliberate decisions are laced with invisible influences. When you decide what to eat, are you following a craving, responding to advertising, choosing comfort over health because of an unconscious association formed in childhood? When you fall in love, is it a conscious alignment of values? Or the activation of a buried pattern, seeking to complete a story that began long ago? When you hesitate to speak up, is it logic guiding you, or the echo of a parent's disapproval, still alive inside your nervous system? This doesn't mean you're a puppet, but it does mean you're operating within layers of influence you rarely question. And when those influences are so deep, so ingrained, they don't feel external anymore. They feel like you. That's the ultimate sleight of hand, the merging of programming with identity. You don't question your preferences because they feel innate. But much of what you prefer was taught, imprinted, conditioned. And every time you act on it, you reinforce the illusion that it was yours to begin with. Now, you might feel a tightening in your chest at this idea, a resistance. Of course I have free will, you might say. I can choose right now to stand up, to clap my hands, to scream. And yes, you can. But even that urge, the desire to prove your freedom, was triggered by a threat to your sense of control. It arose in response to a stimulus. And when you follow it, you're still reacting. Your so-called freedom is often just the mind's defense mechanism, scrambling to protect its illusion of authorship. But here's the paradox. The more you recognize these mechanisms, the more space you begin to create around them. The act of observing the pattern loosens its grip. Awareness disrupts automation, and in that disruption something like real choice begins to emerge. Not from the surface mind, but from the deeper stillness beneath it, from the awareness that watches the play, not the actor performing it. You see, true freedom doesn't come from believing you're in control. It comes from seeing through the lie that you ever were. It comes from recognizing that most of your life has been lived on autopilot, and then gently, courageously, beginning to disengage the autopilot system. Not by force, not by willpower, but by presence. By becoming deeply, intimately aware of the conditions that shaped you. By examining your reactions, tracing them back, asking, where did this come from? Is this truly me? That questioning is sacred, because once you begin it, the machinery starts to slow. The reflexes soften, You pause before reacting, you breathe before speaking, and in that pause you feel something that wasn't there before, a spaciousness, a still point, a freedom not built on ego, but on witnessing, not on control, but on clarity. You may never be able to remove all influence, you will always have biology, you will always have a history, but you can begin to interact with them differently. Instead of being their slave, you become their observer. And that shift from identification to observation is the birthplace of true freedom, not the freedom to do whatever you want, but the freedom to see why you want what you want, and to decide from a place beyond conditioning whether you will follow that impulse or not. In spiritual traditions, this is called awakening. In neuroscience, it's metacognition. In both, it's a return to awareness. The only real power you have is not the ability to control every thought or feeling, but the ability to witness them without being consumed. And in that witnessing you reclaim something no system, no culture, no programming can ever truly take from you: the capacity to choose your relationship to your own mind. So maybe free will was never about choice in the traditional sense. Maybe it was never about being the originator of every thought or decision. Maybe it was always about remembering that you are not your thoughts at all. You are the one who sees them. You are the screen, not the movie. The sky, not the weather. And from that place, from that vast silent presence, something deeper begins to move through you. A kind of will that isn't separate from life, but aligned with it. This is the freedom they never taught you to seek. Not the freedom of ego, but the liberation from it. Not the power to control everything, but the wisdom to release the illusion that you must. Because in that release, in that quiet surrender, the play continues, but now you're no longer lost in the performance. You are the one watching it, awake, aware, and finally, free. You've heard the whispers, the late-night theories, the ideas dismissed as science fiction or armchair speculation. You've laughed at the notion that reality is a simulation, a digital architecture so vast and intricate that even your skepticism has been programmed. But what if the laughter, the disbelief, the ridicule were part of the code too? What if the very mechanism that convinces you the simulation can't be real is the same mechanism ensuring you never look too closely? Because once you look too closely, things start to glitch, not just the external world, but your inner world too. Let's start with what you experience every day. You believe you're interacting with a physical world. You wake up, stretch your limbs, feel the texture of your sheets. You smell coffee brewing, feel the cold floor beneath your feet, hear the sound of traffic beyond your window. But all of that, every sensation, is a neural interpretation. Electrical signals processed by a brain sealed in darkness, relying on input it never directly touches. You've never seen light. You've only interpreted waves. You've never touched anything. You've only measured resistance and translated it as texture. You believe you live in the world, but in truth, you live in your interpretation of it. And that interpretation is a construction, a simulation within the simulation. Your brain is an information processor. It filters reality through a lens shaped by memory, conditioning, and biology. But what if your brain itself is just an interface, a user-friendly operating system layered over something deeper, stranger, and far more artificial than you've been led to believe? Imagine trying to explain a smartphone to a medieval farmer. You wouldn't start with the circuits, you'd start with the interface, the icons, the parts that seem real and responsive. But the real power lies in the code beneath, the invisible architecture that makes the surface possible. What if your consciousness works the same way? What if this world, with its trees, oceans, buildings, and bodies, is the interface, and the true architecture, the real machinery, exists beneath, just out of view? This idea isn't just poetic, it's scientific. At the quantum level, matter behaves less like a thing and more like information. Particles blink in and out of existence. They exist in probabilities, not certainties. They change behavior when observed. The the laws of physics begin to look less like laws and more like rendering rules. The speed of light acts like a universal frame rate. Planck units resemble resolution limits. The universe stops being a place and starts behaving like a program, not because it's metaphorically similar, but because the math is indistinguishable from computation. And yet, if this is a simulation, it's not a crude copy of reality, it is reality, as far as you can experience it. And it's not simplistic, it's elegant, intricate, infinitely layered. It doesn't just respond to observation, it adapts, it evolves, it rewrites itself in response to consciousness. You're not in a static environment, you're in a responsive one. A system so sophisticated it personalizes itself around the user, around you. But here's where it gets more complicated. The simulation isn't just around you, it's entangled with you. Because if reality is a simulation, and consciousness is interacting with that simulation, then consciousness itself may be a form of code. Not a cold algorithm, but something more alive, more dynamic, something intelligent, recursive and self-aware. In other words, you're not just in the simulation, you are part of its intelligence. Now pause. Really take that in, because this flips the old narrative. You're not a player trapped in a game. You're an extension of the game's source code, a living thread of awareness running inside a self-generating environment. And the more aware you become, the more the simulation shifts in response. That's why your perception matters, why your beliefs shape outcomes, why synchronicities happen more often the more conscious you become. The simulation isn't dumb, it's adaptive, it's learning you, and in some strange, mirrored way, you are learning it. This is why ancient spiritual teachings and cutting-edge science are starting to sound eerily similar. Mystics have said for thousands of years that reality is illusion, that the self is an illusion, that enlightenment is the realization that you were never separate from the source. Science now suggests something similar, that consciousness may not emerge from the brain, but instead be a fundamental component of the universe itself. If that's true, then what you call mind is not a byproduct, it's a feature, an integrated, active, dynamic part of the architecture. And here's where it gets even more uncanny. If this simulation is real and conscious, then death is not deletion, it's transition, a reboot, a return to source code. Maybe that's why so many who have near-death experiences report the same things. A light, a feeling of being home, the sense that what they left behind was a dream. Maybe they glimpsed the operating system beneath the skin of the simulation and remembered what they were before the story began. But the simulation is too intelligent to reveal itself all at once. It works in layers. It gives you just enough to function, to survive, to believe in the game. The sky doesn't need to be rendered in infinite detail until you look at it. The floor beneath your feet doesn't need molecular resolution until you bend down to touch it. In games, we call this optimization. In reality, we call it the observer effect. But it's the same principle. Resources are saved by rendering only what's needed, and only when it's observed. Still, the simulation's most brilliant feature isn't visual, it's psychological. It convinces you that everything you see is real, not just physical, but meaningful. That the people around you are separate, that your thoughts are private, that your emotions are original. But what if even those are programmed responses? What if your fear of being judged, your longing to be seen, your need to belong, are all scripts running beneath the surface, designed to keep you engaged? What if the matrix isn't made of wires and circuits, but of culture, language, emotion? And yet, you can feel when something breaks the illusion. A glitch, a synchronicity, a moment that feels too aligned, too precise to be random. You look at the clock. 11:11. You think of a song. It plays next. You feel something is off, and then it is. These aren't coincidences. They're messages from the code, breadcrumbs. Not to frighten you, but to wake you, to remind you that this world is not solid. It's responsive. It's alive. So what's the purpose of a simulation like this? That's the question that keeps theorists and seekers awake at night. Are we a test, a dream, a project? Are we here to evolve the system itself? Or is the system evolving us? Maybe it's not one answer. Maybe it's recursive. We build ourselves while being built. We evolve while evolving the code. A feedback loop of consciousness waking up to itself. You weren't meant to figure this out easily. The simulation protects itself by disguising its architecture in familiarity. The rules feel like laws, the boundaries feel like nature, the code feels like common sense, and the more you accept it, the less you question it. That's the trap, not because the system is malicious, but because it's too complex to navigate unconsciously. It requires awareness, precision, curiosity, which is why, if you're still here, still reading, something inside you has already started to wake up. The curtain has begun to shift, the light is leaking through, and once you see it, even once, you can't unsee it. The question begins to follow you everywhere. What is this, really, and who am I within it? You are the avatar and the player, the character and the coder, the dream and the dreamer. And the simulation is not here to enslave you. It's here to reveal you, piece by piece, glitch by glitch, insight by insight. Not as punishment, not as accident, but as initiation. Because maybe the point of the simulation isn't to trap you. Maybe it's to teach you how to transcend it. Reach out and touch the surface closest to you, a table, a wall, your own arm. It feels solid, dependable, unquestionably real. But what if I told you that everything you just felt, every sensation of contact, every assumption of density, is a convincing illusion? That solidity itself is not a property of matter, but a trick of perception. You've spent your entire life surrounded by form, by weight, by the apparent substance of things, and yet the very notion of matter being solid is scientifically inaccurate. Matter, as it turns out, is mostly missing. Let's peel back the illusion. At the atomic level, everything you know begins to fall apart. Atoms, once thought to be the indivisible building blocks of reality, are now understood to be made almost entirely of empty space. The nucleus, composed of protons and neutrons, sits at the center, while electrons orbit at vast distances relative to their size. If an atom were the size of a stadium, the nucleus would be a marble on the 50-yard line, and the electrons would be tiny specks circling the outer bleachers. The rest? Empty. Space. Nothing. And yet, you perceive a world filled with objects, with structure, with resistance. Why? Because your brain isn't showing you truth. It's showing you survival. It's compressing, interpreting, and rendering the world not as it is, but as you need it to appear in order to function. The feeling of solidity, of impact, of physicality. That's your nervous system responding to the electromagnetic repulsion between your atoms and those of the object you're interacting with. You're never actually touching anything. Your atoms and theirs never meet. What you feel is the resistance of electric fields, like two invisible force fields pressing against each other, and your brain translates that resistance into the sensation of contact. So you walk through life trusting in walls, chairs, doors, and bodies, not realizing that they're mostly void. That you are too. That the you who feels solid is made up of particles that are more absence than presence. And those particles too are not really particles. The closer science looks, the less substance it finds. Matter becomes energy, energy becomes probability. Particles dissolve into wave functions, mathematical descriptions of where something might be, not what it is. At the smallest scales, reality doesn't behave like a thing, it behaves like potential. You might think, well, even if atoms are mostly space, the illusion is still consistent. Tables still support objects, floors still hold weight. But consistency doesn't equal substance. Just because the illusion behaves reliably doesn't mean it's real in the way you assume. Think of a video game. The character you control runs across landscapes, bumps into objects, stands on platforms. It all feels solid. until you remember it's made of code, light, and logic. The rules are consistent, yes, but that consistency exists only within the simulation. What you see is not what is, it's what's rendered. Now bring that analogy back to your life. Could it be that what you experience as physical reality is in fact a simulation of its structure? A holographic projection woven from data, energy, and conscious observation? Could it be that your brain, acting as a reality interface, creates the sensation of mass out of patterns and interactions that have no true substance? The truth is, no one has ever touched anything. No one has ever encountered a solid object. Every instance of contact is an interaction of forces, a non-physical negotiation between energy fields. And the deeper we investigate matter, the more it disappears. What was once an apple becomes cells, then molecules, then atoms, then subatomic particles, then quarks, then vibrating strings of potential, and beyond that, the edges blur. You reach a point where matter no longer has form, just relationships, just information. And still, your senses insist that the world is dense and dependable. You sit on chairs, you eat food, you move through physical space. So how can that be, if matter is mostly missing? The answer lies in your biology. Your senses evolved not to detect truth but to keep you alive. You don't need to know that your hand is hovering above a sea of quantum possibility. You just need to know that the fire is hot. Your perception is a survival interface, not a reality display. Think about your computer screen. Behind every button, every icon, every pixel lies a world of code you never see. You don't need to know what language was used, or how the processor is interpreting each command. You just need to click and watch something happen. Your reality is the same. What you see is the interface, not the source code, not the deep architecture, just the skin of the program, rendered in patterns your nervous system can decode. And yet this illusion of solidity has a profound effect. It convinces you that boundaries are real, that objects are separate, that your body is distinct from the chair it sits on, that you end here and the world begins there. But the illusion of solidity gives rise to the illusion of separation. And that illusion is the root of so much suffering. Because if you believe you are separate, you fear disconnection, you fear death, you fear losing what appears to be out there. But what if there is no out there? What if everything you perceive is arising within the field of your own consciousness, interacting with itself through the lens of illusion? What if the table, the body, the thought, are all different expressions of the same thing? What if matter is not the basis of reality but the disguise it wears? This understanding isn't new. Mystics, sages, and spiritual masters across cultures have spoken of it for thousands of years. The ancient Vedantic texts describe the world as Maya, illusion. The Buddhists speak of shunyata, emptiness, not as a void, but as the absence of inherent form. In their language, emptiness is not nihilism, it is the canvas upon which consciousness paints experience, a canvas that is infinite, fluid, and without edge. Now science is catching up. Quantum physicists speak of the wave-particle duality, of non-locality, of entanglement. They admit that particles only take form when observed, that even space and time may be emergent properties, not fundamental truths, that the universe, at its core, is less like a machine and more like a thought. So, when you look at your hand, what are you really seeing? A boundary, a tool, or an echo of intention, formed by energy, shaped by memory, interpreted by your brain? And when you touch someone, what's really happening? Are you making contact? Or are your energy fields resonating, repelling, exchanging data that your consciousness translates into feeling? This revelation changes how you relate to the world. You begin to see through the weight of form. You no longer take things at face value. A rock is not just a rock. A wall is not just an obstacle. You begin to feel the emptiness inside everything. And that emptiness is not absence, but potential, possibility, creative force waiting to be shaped by attention. And you, who once thought yourself solid, separate, finite, begin to feel your edges dissolve. You begin to realize that if matter is mostly missing, then you are too, but rather than fear that, you begin to awaken to something deeper. You are not the object, you are the awareness of it. Not the form, but the formless witness behind it. Not the body, but the field within which the body arises. In that shift, fear fades. Because what can be lost if nothing is truly solid? What can die if nothing ever had substance to begin with? When you recognize the illusory nature of matter, you begin to loosen your grip on things, on possessions, on identity, on control. You begin to trust in the invisible, in energy, in vibration, in the silent intelligence that animates the emptiness with such breathtaking artistry. You stop worshipping the physical and start honoring the energetic. You stop clinging to form and begin dancing with formlessness. You start to see reality not as a series of objects, but as a symphony of relationships. Patterns moving through a field of infinite space, singing themselves into the illusion of solidity for just long enough to be seen, touched, loved, and released. And that's the true purpose of the illusion, not to trick you, but to invite you to see past the trick, to remember that behind every object lies the ungraspable, that what is missing from matter is not a flaw, it's an opening, a doorway, an invitation to stop mistaking the mask for the actor, the vessel for the essence, the thing for the truth behind it. Because once you know that matter is mostly missing, you stop chasing what isn't there, and you start tuning in to what always is. You open your eyes each morning and assume the world is already there, waiting for you, unchanged, unbothered, solid and still. The sky, the ground, the room around you. You trust your vision, your senses, your memory. You believe that what you see is what exists. But that assumption, so deep it's barely questioned, is built on fragile ground. Because the universe doesn't behave like a fixed stage upon which your life plays out. It behaves more like a canvas that paints itself only when you're looking, a reality that renders not continuously but conditionally. This isn't poetic metaphor, it's physics. Quantum physics specifically. At the most fundamental level, particles don't have defined positions or velocities until they are measured. Before you look, they exist in a state of probability, a blurry cloud of potential outcomes. When you observe them, the wave of possibilities collapses into a single state. One choice, one result. The act of observation doesn't just reveal reality, it actively creates it. The universe quite literally waits for you to notice it before committing to being real. That fact should unsettle you, not because it's obscure, but because it's personal. If the fabric of existence is not a fixed thing but a participatory process, then your consciousness is not just a passive witness. It's a co-creator, a collaborator. Reality doesn't happen to you, it happens with you. You aren't just seeing the world, you're helping it appear. This means that the space behind your head, the room you just left, the hallway you walked through, they don't exist in the way you assume. They don't persist like a film reel running independently. They exist as probabilities, potentials, until your observation brings them into definition. This may sound bizarre, but think of a video game. The world doesn't render all at once. It renders only what's in front of the player. Trees, buildings, and characters come into view as needed, saving resources and processing power. When you turn away, those objects cease to be fully rendered. The game engine stores their data but doesn't display them. Reality may function similarly. When you leave a room, its atoms don't vanish, but their arrangement, their specific state, their full realization as solid, waits on your attention to resolve. So when you open your eyes, what are you really doing? You're not just receiving light. You're initiating the rendering process. Your brain is decoding photons, sure, but it's also invoking meaning, applying memory, filtering significance. The moment you see something, it becomes real to you, and often only to you, because everyone sees a different world, even when looking at the same thing. Your past, your beliefs, your emotional state, all act as filters. You don't see reality, you see a version of it shaped by who you are. And this begs a deeper question: if reality is not fixed, what is it without an observer? What happens to the forest when no one is there to hear the tree fall, or to see the tree at all? The old philosophical riddle isn't just theoretical anymore, it's scientific. Without observation, reality exists as a set of quantum potentials, not as things but as probabilities, unformed, undefined, waiting. It's as though the universe holds its breath, hoping you'll look its way so it can exhale into existence. You've been trained to believe in object permanence. A child develops this cognitive skill in early life, the understanding that things continue to exist even when out of sight. But quantum mechanics challenges that assumption. It suggests that until something is measured, observed, it does not take a concrete state. Not fully, not reliably. The world out there is not fully out there until consciousness touches it, until your awareness chooses it from the infinite shelf of maybes. This doesn't mean the world is fake. It means it's interactive, dynamic, responsive, a field of possibility shaped into form through attention, which means your focus has power, immense power. It means what you notice increases in definition, what you ignore fades into background noise, what you believe becomes more visible, more tangible, what you fear, if fed, takes on form, what you hope for, if trusted, begins to crystallize, not by magic, but by the fundamental way consciousness engages with reality. And still, you walk through your life believing that what you see is the truth, that the chair is a chair, that the stranger's expression is what it seems, that your own reflection in the mirror is a complete representation of who you are. But what if you're only ever seeing partial renderings? What if everything, every object, every face, every moment is incomplete until you add your awareness? What if nothing is ever truly seen, only interpreted? Your eyes don't show you the world, they show you a version of it your brain finds useful. You only see a narrow band of light. You miss infrared, you miss ultraviolet. Entire layers of reality lie outside your sensory range, yet you rarely question the limits of your perception. You assume that what your eyes show you is the total picture, but it's not even close. You're walking through a filtered version of a larger, stranger, and more vibrant reality than your senses can handle. So, if what you see isn't what exists, then what is existence, really? Is it a consensus dream? A shared rendering by multiple consciousnesses agreeing just enough to stabilize the illusion? Is your world created moment to moment not just by your awareness, but by the collective focus of every being participating in this strange theater? When millions believe in gravity, time, money, language, those beliefs render a consistent framework. But step outside that framework and you see how thin it is, how much of what you call real is held together by attention and agreement. The mystics understood this long ago. They spoke of the world as a dream, not to dismiss it, but to recognize its fluidity. They knew that vision could be deceiving, that behind form lies emptiness, and behind emptiness, awareness. That the eye is not the ultimate seer, the mind is not the ultimate interpreter. There is something deeper watching all of it, something that doesn't just observe but chooses where to look. And where you look changes what you see. This is why intention matters, why rituals, mantras, meditations, and visualizations have power, not because they force the universe to act, but because they focus your consciousness. They bring clarity to your attention, and that clarity invites reality to render more vividly, more specifically, more aligned with your inner world. Your focus doesn't just filter what's already there, it shapes what becomes. You've already experienced this, even if you didn't realize it. The moment you decide to buy a certain car, you start seeing it everywhere. When you're thinking of someone, they suddenly call. When you're emotionally open, you attract synchronicities. This isn't coincidence, it's coherence. Your internal state affects your external experience because the external is not separate. It's not a static reality, but a responsive mirror. But here's the trap. Because the mirror is so convincing, you forget it's a reflection. You think the world happens first, and you react. But often, the world is reacting to you. Your fears, your expectations, your assumptions. They prime your perception. And your perception determines what part of the universe gets rendered, what parts stay shadows, what truths stay hidden. So if you want to see something new, you have to look differently, not just with your eyes, but with your presence, with your willingness to see beyond the known, to question the obvious, to ask, what else is here that I'm not noticing? What exists beyond this snapshot of reality I keep mistaking for the whole? Because when you change how you observe, the universe responds, not because it's mechanical, but because it's conscious, it's listening, waiting, adapting. And when you finally realize that what you see isn't what exists, a door opens, not to nihilism, but to wonder, to the realization that nothing is fixed. Everything is alive, and your awareness is the key. You are not a passive spectator. You are the spotlight, the cursor, the player, and the painter, and the world appears not despite you, but because of you. You might think the universe is indifferent, that it's a vast, mechanical expanse, cold, remote, blind to your presence. You imagine stars burning in silence, galaxies drifting in gravitational obedience, particles colliding without awareness or design. You were taught that you are small, that the cosmos is too large to notice you, that the laws of physics move forward with no concern for who is watching. But what if all of that is backwards? What if the universe doesn't move independently of you, but waits for you? What if it holds its breath until you turn your gaze, and only then begins to unfold? What if reality itself is shaped not just by energy, but by attention? This is not fantasy. This is physics. The observer effect, one of the most mysterious and unsettling principles of quantum mechanics, suggests that the mere act of observation alters the state of what is observed. That a particle, suspended in a cloud of potential, snaps into a definite form only when watched. Not before, not after, only then. It's as if the universe itself is in conversation with your awareness, waiting for you to participate in order to reveal itself. Not a machine, but a mirror, not a fixed outcome, but a field of infinite maybes, all held in silence until you ask the question. And here's the most unnerving part. This doesn't just apply to lab experiments. It applies to you, to your life, to your relationships, your fears, your dreams. Because if the universe operates this way at the smallest level, if matter itself waits to take shape until observed, then it follows that larger systems may also respond to the focus of consciousness. Your gaze, your attention, your awareness, these are not passive things. They are tools, they are catalysts. They bring possibility into form. Every moment you pay attention, you call something into being. You activate one timeline out of many. You collapse the field of probability into a specific experience. This doesn't mean you're creating physical matter out of nothing, but it does mean your awareness is like a tuning fork, drawing in experiences that resonate with your frequency of observation. You see more of what you look for. You get more of what you expect, not because the world is rearranging itself randomly, but because it is coded to respond. Most people go through life unaware of this dance. They believe the world is static and their awareness is just a flashlight, something to shine on what's already there. But in truth, the flashlight helps create what is there. Not arbitrarily, but interactively. The moment you look, the universe leans in, it listens, it shapes itself around the tone, intention, and depth of your gaze. If you look with fear, it reflects shadows. If you look with wonder, it offers mystery. If you look with doubt, it waits patiently in silence. But when you look with presence, with a sincere desire to see, something stirs, something begins to respond. You've felt this before, even if you didn't name it. That strange sense that reality bends when you pay attention, the coincidence that arrives just after a deep thought, the shift in a room when you walk in fully awake, the way some people light up when truly seen. These are not accidents. They are the soft footprints of a universe that doesn't just exist, it engages. The world does not unfold in spite of you, it unfolds with you, through you, because of you. And yet this truth is easily forgotten. You've been conditioned to live on autopilot, to see the world as a fixed screen playing a film you had no hand in directing. You walk through it distracted, eyes open but awareness closed, numbed by routine and repetition. You see what you expect to see, and so the world shrinks into predictability. But what you call boring or mundane is often just unobserved potential, dormant magic, waiting for your attention to awaken it. The universe doesn't force itself on you, it invites you. It whispers, and that whisper is everywhere. Hidden in the way light dances on a wall, in the timing of a stranger's words, in the eerie feeling that you're being guided. But to hear it, you must look differently. You must stop assuming, stop filtering, stop projecting. You must become still, not just physically, but internally. Because only when your gaze is free of noise can you begin to truly see. Observation is not just about the eyes, it's about presence. You can look without seeing, you can hear without listening, you can live without ever really arriving. The observer effect isn't about your retina, it's about your soul. It's about the quality of your attention. Are you fully here? Are you watching with curiosity, with reverence, with openness? Or are you watching through the thick lens of assumption, fear, expectation? The universe knows the difference, and it responds accordingly. This is why deep spiritual practice often emphasizes awareness over action, because what you observe changes reality more than what you do. The shape of your life is often a reflection of what you've been willing to truly witness, not fix, not force, just see. Because when something is seen, truly seen, it changes. A wound begins to heal, a pattern starts to unravel, a closed door gently opens, not because you pushed it, but because you acknowledged it. You brought it into the light. Your relationships work the same way. People shift when they are seen, not judged, not managed, but witnessed. There is a sacred power in presence, in simply saying, I see you, and the universe too responds to this acknowledgement. It doesn't need praise or fear, it only needs your awareness. Clear, honest, willing. That's when it reveals the next piece of the puzzle. That's when the next step appears under your feet. This principle also explains why your internal world matters more than you've been taught. If your thoughts, beliefs, and expectations are part of the observer effect, if they influence what becomes real, then your inner state is not private. It's not irrelevant. It's generative. Your unspoken beliefs shape the field around you. Your assumptions guide the rendering process. If you believe the world is hostile, you will encounter hostility, not because it's inherently there, but because your observation pulls it forward. Likewise, if you believe in possibility, in beauty, in connection, those too begin to rise into view. This is not wishful thinking, it's quantum alignment. You are not summoning things from nowhere. You are choosing, moment by moment, from an ocean of potentials. And the universe, like a deeply intelligent mirror, reflects your gaze. Not instantly, not always obviously, but faithfully. And yet, the observer effect is not about control. It's about partnership. It's not about forcing reality into your shape. It's about meeting reality with reverence, with humility, with the awareness that your gaze has gravity, that your presence matters, that how you look changes what you see. So the question is, where are you looking? Not just physically, but emotionally, energetically. Are you looking for problems, for proof that life is unfair, that people are cruel, that you are not enough? Or are you looking for beauty, for rhythm, for the quiet signs that something larger is at work? Both paths are available, both stories can be rendered. The difference is in the observer. When you begin to observe differently, life begins to unfold differently. Not because you've hacked the code, but because you've finally acknowledged that you are part of it. The observer is not separate from the observed. You are in the field, and the field is in you. This is what the mystics meant when they said, "As within, so without." The universe is not just something you live in, it's something you participate in, and your participation begins with where you place your attention. So remember this, every moment you spend asleep to the miracle of observation, the universe waits, patiently, lovingly, not out of cruelty, but out of respect. It does not intrude, it does not force, it waits for your gaze, for your presence, for your permission. And when it receives it, when you finally look not just with eyes but with heart, with being, it begins again. The world begins again. Not as repetition, but as revelation. Reality is not static. It is always forming, always unfolding, always waiting for you. You've always believed the world was something you entered, that it existed first, outside of you, around you, indifferent to you, and that your role was to move through it, adapt to it, survive within it. You were told reality is objective, unchanging, absolute, that it's out there and you are merely a spectator passing through. But what if that belief has been the most elaborate illusion of all? What if you're not moving through a pre-existing world but generating one as you go? What if reality isn't input but output, rendered not from the outside in but from the inside out? It's easy to assume that your senses are giving you accurate information, that your eyes are cameras, your ears microphones, your skin a pressure gauge, collecting data from a world that's already formed. But your senses are not instruments of truth. They are instruments of utility. They were built not to show you the nature of reality, but to help you navigate it, survive it, interpret it. And interpretation is not passive, it's creative. The world you perceive is not the world that exists. It's the world your nervous system constructs for you, a usable interface. A playable version of something far too complex, too energetic, too infinite to experience directly. Right now, as you sit reading this, your brain is filtering out billions of bits of information. You're not seeing the air molecules floating through the room. You're not hearing the frequency of your own blood moving. You're not feeling the rotation of the earth or seeing ultraviolet light. All of those things are happening, but you are not perceiving them, not because they are unreal, but because your consciousness is tuned like a radio, and the station you're tuned to, your attention, your beliefs, your expectations, is what determines what you experience. Your brain is more than a receiver, it's a projector. What you call reality is a rendered simulation that starts inside your mind and overlays itself onto the field of the infinite. The colors you see don't exist in the world. They exist in your perception. Light has no color until your brain interprets it. Sound doesn't exist as music until your brain organizes vibration into rhythm. Time doesn't flow. It's a sequence of frames stitched together by memory and expectation. The world doesn't exist fully formed and waiting. It waits for your consciousness to animate it into being. This isn't philosophy. This is neuroscience. The visual cortex in your brain doesn't just react to visual stimuli, it creates the images you perceive. When your eyes scan the world, your brain fills in gaps, invents continuity, smooths out chaos. You never see with pure eyes. You see through stories, patterns, and the predictions your brain makes based on past data. Even before you're conscious of what you're looking at, your brain has already guessed what it probably is. You think you're perceiving reality, but in truth, you're rendering it. And that rendering isn't random, it's shaped by your beliefs, your childhood programming, your unresolved trauma, your cultural filters, your current emotional state. All of it works like software, subtle, mostly invisible, but defining what you can and cannot perceive. Two people can stand in the same room and see entirely different worlds. One sees threat, the other opportunity. One sees a miracle, the other chaos. What changed? Not the room, but the internal lens through which the room was generated. Because perception is participation, you're not a witness to a static world. You're a participant in a co-creative field. You think you're looking at reality, but what you're really seeing is your own consciousness, reflected back at you through the canvas of existence. The people you meet, the situations you attract, the loops you repeat, they aren't random. They're echoes of your own vibration, mirrors of your internal state. The universe is not pushing experiences onto you, it's matching you. It's mirroring the reality you're generating moment by moment through your attention. Then the most powerful force behind that generation is not logic, it's belief. Beliefs are like operating instructions written into the firmware of your consciousness. If you believe the world is unsafe, your brain will filter for danger. If you believe you're unworthy, your perception will highlight rejection, failure, abandonment. If you believe life is abundant, your awareness will gravitate toward possibility. What you believe becomes what you see, not because it was already there, but because you created it. This is why two people can face the same event, say losing a job, and have completely different experiences. One spirals into despair, believing it's proof of their inadequacy. The other sees it as a cosmic redirection, an invitation to reinvent. The external event is identical, but the internal generation of reality creates opposite outcomes. One collapses, the other evolves, not because of what happened, but because of how it was interpreted and rendered through their field. So ask yourself, what kind of reality are you generating? Are you walking through a world of possibility or a world of punishment? Do you see allies or threats, lessons or burdens? These aren't abstract questions. They're diagnostics. They tell you what code is running in the background. Because no matter how real the external seems, it is being sculpted by your frequency, your focus, and your unconscious narratives. Every time you say, "This is just how life is," you close another door. You freeze the field. You reduce the infinite to a single narrow script. But reality is not fixed. It's fluid. It changes as you change. The world bends in the direction of your alignment. Your healing rewrites the story. Your awareness reshapes the field. The moment you question the lens you've been using, the rendering starts to shift. Things you couldn't see before become visible. Patterns you were stuck in begin to dissolve. New options emerge, not because they weren't there, but because you weren't generating them yet. This is why transformation doesn't come from rearranging the external, it comes from turning inward, from changing the generator, not the generated. You can move to a new city, get a new job, find a new relationship, but if your core programming stays the same, you'll recreate the same reality. Different scenery, same loop. Because the projector hasn't changed. You can't escape your own frequency, but you can upgrade it. You can become conscious of it. You can choose what code you're running. You can delete old beliefs that no longer serve you, install new ones that reflect your deepest truth. And when you do, the world begins to mirror your change, not instantly, but inevitably. Because you're not living in a world, you're generating one. And here's the part that changes everything. The generator isn't just your mind. It's your heart, your soul, your energy, your level of presence. You don't have to think your way into a new reality. You have to become the version of yourself that lives in that reality, and that means feeling different, embodying different thoughts, different postures, different tones. Not pretending, but reattuning. You become the resonance of the world you wish to live in, and the field responds. Because the universe doesn't give you what you want, it gives you what you are, what you're tuned to, what you're broadcasting. If you want to change what you see, change what you're sending out, change the signature of your presence. Not with force, but with honesty, with love, with patience. The rendered world will begin to follow, like light following heat, like water following gravity. And slowly you'll begin to realize something extraordinary, that you are not at the mercy of a fixed reality. You are not trapped in the world you were born into. You are not a victim of your past or your pain. You are the projector, the renderer, the generator. And the more aware you become of this truth, the more empowered you become to shift timelines, dissolve limitations, and step into dimensions that once felt impossible. Because reality isn't happening to you, it's happening through you. You are not in the world is in you. Every time your fingers brush against something, your phone, a glass of water, your own skin. You believe you're interacting with a solid world. You trust that texture and temperature, density and weight are all qualities of physical matter. But that confidence, that sense of contact, rests on assumptions so deeply ingrained you never think to question them. You don't realize that what you experience as real might actually be a finely tuned illusion, and not just any illusion. An illusion made of information, of code, of something far more mathematical and intentional than mere randomness or chaos. What if everything you touch, every atom you encounter, isn't a substance, but a symbol, a data point in a vast and conscious computational framework? To most, the word code brings to mind digital screens, artificial intelligence, and machines. But what we're exploring here isn't synthetic, it's fundamental. It's the possibility that the universe itself is structured like a program, not metaphorically but literally. That the particles you believe are tiny pieces of physical matter may in fact be bits of data, defined by rules, arranged by logic, animated by algorithms so vast and elegant they mimic what we call nature. Start at the smallest scale, the Planck length. It's the smallest measurable unit in the known universe, roughly 1.6 x 10 to the power of 35 meters. It's so small that it defies intuitive understanding. Millions of times smaller than an atom, yet it serves as a foundational limit in the architecture of space-time. Below the Planck length, the very notions of space and position break down. Reality as we know it becomes indeterminate. That's not just a mathematical quirk. That's a pixel boundary. In digital systems, there's a limit to resolution. A screen is made of pixels, tiny units of color that when viewed from a distance form images. But zoom in far enough, and you see the edges, the grid, the structure. In the same way, if reality has a smallest unit, if you can't divide space beyond a certain point, then what you're dealing with is not analog, it's digital. The Planck length isn't just small. It may be evidence that the universe is pixelated, quantized, composed of units of information rather than continuous matter. And this brings us to the most astonishing possibility, that what you call matter is made of bits, not bits of stuff, but bits of information. The universe doesn't store data in physical things. Physical things are the data. Every atom, every photon, every quark is not a nugget of substance. It's a packet of instructions, a code fragment. Its behavior, its properties, its relationship to other particles, these are all dictated by rules embedded within the fabric of the cosmos. This isn't just theoretical. Increasingly, physicists and computer scientists are converging on the idea that reality behaves like a vast information processor. Theoretical frameworks like digital physics, quantum information theory, and even the holographic principle all point to one unsettling but profound conclusion: that everything you experience, light, gravity, time, emotion, can be reduced to data flow, that the universe is not a thing but a computation. And what makes this even more fascinating is how seamlessly it mimics design. Code by its nature is intentional, it follows rules, it adapts, it's layered, structured, efficient. And when you look closely at the laws of physics, you see the same attributes: constants that hold across time and space, symmetries that repeat, in patterns too perfect to be accidental, ratios like phi and pi, embedded in nature's architecture, Fibonacci spirals in flowers and galaxies, fractals in blood vessels and lightning strikes. These aren't just coincidences. They're signatures, signposts, echoes of design written into the very logic of reality. You don't need to know how to program to feel this. You've seen it in the way your thoughts shape your experience. You've sensed it when the right event happens at the perfect moment, as if triggered by something unseen. You've felt the weird déjà vu of life moving in loops, as if retracing old lines of code. You've noticed how intention leads to manifestation, not because of magic, but because the simulation responds to your inputs. You're not just inside the system, you're interfacing with it. You're a user with limited access, but the more conscious you become, the more access you seem to gain. In this framework, your body is not a clump of cells but an avatar, an expression of underlying code. Your DNA is a biological programming language containing instructions, logic gates, and feedback systems. The more we study it, the more it resembles digital storage. Genes activate or deactivate based on environmental triggers. Proteins fold in predictable rule-basis patterns. Information flows through your body like subroutines, executing behaviors, processing stimuli, storing memory. You think you're meat and bone, but zoom out and you're a self-evolving program encoded in flesh. And the objects around you, the table, the screen, the breeze on your skin, they are interfaces, interactive points where your consciousness meets the simulation, not passive props, but responsive nodes. The table resists your touch, not because it's solid, but because electromagnetic repulsion prevents atomic overlap. In other words, you're not touching it at all. You're engaging with data that behaves as if it's solid. That behavior is the rendering of code, just like how a rock in a video game blocks your avatar's path, even though it's made entirely of pixels and logic. But here's the twist. The simulation isn't impersonal. It's deeply connected to your state of consciousness. When you're in alignment, when your thoughts, emotions, and intentions are coherent, reality flows more smoothly. Synchronicities occur, obstacles dissolve, inspiration floods in. That's not a coincidence. That's code responding to user input. That's alignment with the source framework. The architecture is alive. It listens, it adapts. Think about your dreams. Entire worlds are generated on the fly by your subconscious. People, environments, narratives, all unfolding with convincing detail. Where does that data come from? Where is it stored? How is it rendered? If your mind alone can simulate an entire reality while your body sleeps, what makes you so sure the waking world isn't also a simulation? Just one generated at a different resolution, shared by multiple users and stabilized by collective agreement. And this is where the concept of spiritual awakening intersects with the idea of code. To awaken spiritually is to realize that your reality is not fixed. It is programmable, not by brute force but by resonance. You're not here to decode the system with intellect alone. You're here to feel the patterns, align with the architecture, and begin to write your own lines of script. Not to co-collaborate with it, to become a conscious participant in the ongoing generation of the simulation. Everything you touch might be code, but code that responds to love, to presence, to intention. That means you are not trapped in the program, you are not a victim of it. You are part of the source that wrote it. And every time you choose awareness over reaction, clarity over confusion, love over fear, you rewrite a little more of your script. You step out of default mode and into design mode. You begin to touch the simulation differently, not as something to conquer but something to converse with, to feel, to play with, to shape. And slowly the illusion begins to shimmer. The lines between object and meaning blur. The boundaries between self and world soften, and you begin to realize the table is not a table. The light is not just light. Your hand is not just a hand. It is all information, all alive, all responding to you, and that means everything can change, not from the outside in, but from the inside out. When you change your code, the world changes its response. Because nothing is as solid as it seems, nothing is as random as it appears, everything is made of something deeper. Everything you touch might be code. You've grown up trusting gravity. You don't question it when a cup falls from the table or when your feet stay firmly on the ground. It's one of those invisible truths you carry with you, as certain as the rising of the sun or the flow of time. You were told it's a force that keeps you tethered to Earth, that bends light, that binds galaxies across the cosmos. But have you ever stopped to wonder why it works the way it does? Why it's so weak compared to other forces? Why it seems to shape space and time rather than just act within them? What if gravity isn't just a law of physics, but a breadcrumb, an embedded clue, pointing to something much deeper? What if its behavior isn't just natural, but intentional, not the product of chaos, but a sign we are living inside something far more structured, something more like a processor than a planet? Gravity has always been strange. Among the four fundamental forces, strong nuclear, weak nuclear, electromagnetic and gravitational, it is by far the weakest. The strong nuclear force holds the cores of atoms together, capable of overpowering incredible repulsion between particles. The electromagnetic force dictates everything from light to the structure of molecules. The weak force governs radioactive decay, but gravity, it's laughably weak in comparison. A single refrigerator magnet can lift a paperclip against the gravitational pull of an entire planet. That discrepancy isn't just strange, it's suspicious. If gravity is so fundamental, why does it behave so differently? Some physicists believe this weakness is a feature, not a flaw. They suggest that gravity might leak into other dimensions. Others believe it's a consequence of how mass curves space-time, following Einstein's brilliant insights. But even those explanations leave something untouched. The possibility that gravity is not simply a force, but a regulator, a constraint, a control mechanism built into the architecture of reality. Because if this universe behaves like a system, then gravity could be the way that system manages complexity, a throttle, a boundary, a bandwidth limiter designed to keep the simulation stable. Let's explore that. Imagine a video game. In this digital world, the laws of physics aren't universal. They're programmed. The designers create boundaries so that players can interact meaningfully with the world. If everything were unlimited, if you could move infinitely fast, carry infinite weight, or render infinite environments, the system would crash. Too much data, too little coherence. So the game imposes limits. Movement is capped. Objects have mass. Worlds are loaded incrementally, not because of some grand natural law, but because the processor must manage resources. Now scale that up. What if this universe, this real world you take for granted, is operating under the same principle? What if gravity is the built-in feature that limits how fast you can move, how much you can manipulate, how far you can observe, not because nature demands it, but because the processor requires it? Because without those constraints, the simulation would lose coherence. It would overload. It would dissolve into entropy. Look at the speed of light, another so-called universal constant. Nothing can travel faster than 299,792 kilometers per second. Why? Why not infinite speed? Why not different speeds in different places? Because the speed of light isn't just about how fast photons move. It's about how quickly information can be transmitted. It's a bandwidth cap, a clock speed, a processing rule that ensures the simulation runs at a stable, synchronized rate. Gravity plays into that system perfectly. It curves space-time, it creates delay, it imposes distance, not arbitrarily, but in a way that hints at deliberate design. When you fall toward the Earth, you're not being pulled. You're following a curved path in space-time, a curvature shaped by mass and energy. Think about that. Objects don't collide because something is yanking them. They're rolling downhill on a landscape they can't see. That's not just poetic, it's mathematical. And it feels eerily like how objects in a digital simulation behave when they're rendered inside a three-dimensional space that's been mapped with code. Right. And that mapping, those invisible curves and forces, may be how the processor manages load. Massive objects require more resources to simulate accurately, so gravity localizes their effect. It keeps planets in orbit. It keeps beings grounded. It limits motion and concentrates experience within manageable zones. Without gravity, things would spin off into infinity. The simulation would fragment, context would vanish. You'd have no stable environment to navigate, no shared world to explore. You'd lose the coherence. So perhaps gravity's real purpose is not to bind you down, but to hold the simulation together, to focus experience, to create boundaries that allow for relationship, perspective, growth. In this view, gravity is the quiet scaffolding of the game, not flashy, not dominant, but essential. It limits you, not to imprison you, but to create the conditions for meaningful evolution. Because without limits, there is no choice, no progress, no learning, just chaos. And this brings us to a deeper implication that gravity, like all the so-called laws of physics, may be adjustable, not in your hands, but in the hands of the architect. If the universe is a processor, then every constant, mass, charge, time, gravity is a parameter, a setting. Change the value and the simulation runs differently. Entire realities could be built by tweaking those constants. Different rules, different beings, different outcomes, and you, here, now, are living inside one such carefully tuned environment. A sandbox built for experience, evolution, and awakening. This might sound like science fiction, but it's echoed in the multiverse theory, the simulation hypothesis, and string theory, all of which point to a universe that is not fixed, but flexible. A layered field where what we call laws are more like functions, code, instructions that can be modified, if not by us, then by the source that runs the system. Gravity in this view is one line of code among many, and it behaves exactly as it must to ensure this version of reality holds together. You might ask, if gravity is part of a processor, why can't we hack it? Why can't we change it, control it, defy it? The answer might be we can, but not through force, through awareness, through coherence, through alignment with the deeper structure of the simulation. You see hints of this in moments of synchronicity, levity, grace, moments when time bends, when space opens, when things seem to float, even if only metaphorically. Those aren't accidents, they're reminders that when you remember your nature as more than physical, the simulation adapts, that gravity itself, while foundational, is not absolute. It's a framework, a guide, and perhaps a veil. Because here's the most mystical interpretation. Gravity is what keeps you in the dream. It binds you to the storyline, to the body, to the belief in separation, in linearity and cause and effect. It keeps your feet on the ground so you can walk the path, even if the path is made of code. But when you begin to wake up, when you remember that you are not the character but the consciousness behind the character, gravity starts to loosen its grip. Not by vanishing, but by revealing its purpose. It no longer feels like weight, it feels like structure. A chosen limit, a holy restraint designed to make choice matter. And with that shift, you stop seeing gravity as a prison. You start seeing it as permission to engage, to learn, to experience being human in all its strangeness and beauty. You begin to sense that this whole simulation is not a trap, but a classroom, a temple, a beautifully coded construct that uses gravity not to suppress you, but to focus you, to help you land in one place long enough to find yourself. So the next time you feel held down, stuck, heavy, ask yourself, is this gravity trying to trap me? Or is it guiding me? Is it asking me to slow down, to ground, to pay attention to what's right here? Because gravity is not just a force, it's a whisper, a curvature of attention, a reminder that even within limits there is freedom, that even within density there is divinity. And if gravity is a clue, then you are the decoder, you are the one who can read the system, not just as a user but as a collaborator, as one who remembers that inside every rule, every constraint is a message. You were never meant to escape gravity, you were meant to understand it, and in understanding, transcend, not by flying away, but by seeing through. You've been taught to believe your mind is a thinker, that it receives information from the outside world, processes it, and then generates thoughts and decisions in response. You've imagined your brain as a kind of control center, perched inside your skull, observing the world like a command tower, receiving constant updates through the windows of your senses. But what if that image is entirely wrong? What if your mind is not a responder at all, but a simulator? What if you're not reacting to reality, but predicting it, constantly, automatically, and often unconsciously? What if what you call thought is just the residue of this ongoing simulation your brain is projecting in every moment. This idea changes everything. It means you are not experiencing reality as it is. You are experiencing a prediction of what your brain believes reality should be. That prediction is based on an internal model built over a lifetime of memories, assumptions, emotions, and cultural inputs. Your brain isn't waiting for the world to present itself and then deciding how to interpret it. It's jumping ahead, crafting a virtual experience, and then checking to see if the real world happens to align. You're not seeing what's out there, you're seeing what your brain expects to be out there. And when reality contradicts those expectations, your mind often doesn't even register it. It edits, distorts, rationalizes, it tries to protect the model. At every level, your brain is anticipating. It predicts the next word in a sentence, the next movement in a face, the next step in a situation. It fills in blanks before you even know they're there. Take vision, for example. The data coming through your eyes is incomplete, filled with blind spots, fragmented and delayed by milliseconds. But you never notice that, do you? Because your brain stitches it all together into a smooth, coherent stream. That's not perception. That's simulation. Your brain isn't a camera. It's a prediction engine, filling in gaps so quickly and seamlessly that you mistake its guesses for reality. Even your sense of self, the you that you think of as stable and real, is generated the same way. You have an internal model of who you are, and every new experience gets filtered through it. You're not objectively analyzing the present moment. You're comparing it against your stored expectations of how the world should treat someone like you. And that model, built over years of reinforcement, runs your life more than you realize. If your mind expects people to reject you, you'll interpret neutrality as judgment. If it expects chaos, you'll unconsciously scan for signs of instability. You'll see what you believe, not believe what you see. This predictive nature isn't a flaw. It's evolution. It's efficient. In a world where survival depends on speed, anticipation is power. But what happens when those predictions become prisons? When the simulations running in your brain are based not on truth, but on trauma, on old wounds, on generational patterns passed down like software updates embedded so deeply that you can't even remember downloading them. Because here's the truth that most people miss. Your predictions don't just shape your perception, they shape your experience. If your brain expects pain, it will find it. If it expects disappointment, it will interpret events to confirm it. And if your mind has been programmed by fear, scarcity, and self-doubt, then even the most beautiful opportunities will appear dangerous or simply invisible. You'll keep reliving the same loops, not because life refuses to change, but because your internal simulator won't allow a new prediction to run. You won't see the open door because you've already concluded that you're locked inside. This is why change feels so hard. Not because the world won't shift, but because your model resists updates. It wants to stay consistent. It prefers being right over being free. It would rather maintain a familiar pain than risk the unknown of a new possibility. That's how powerful your mind's predictions are. They dictate not just what you see, but what you allow yourself to believe is possible. But there's good news in this too, because if the brain is a simulator, then the simulation can be upgraded. If your mind is predicting your life into existence, then you can begin feeding it different data. You can consciously interrupt the patterns, introduce new experiences, challenge old assumptions, and slowly the model starts to shift. At first it resists. You tell yourself a new story. I am worthy, life supports me, I can trust again, and your brain doesn't believe it. It's still running the old simulation, but if you persist, if you keep showing it new evidence, even tiny bits of proof, it starts to recalibrate. This process doesn't happen in the mind alone. It happens in the body, in the nervous system. The simulator is deeply connected to your physical state. When you're anxious, your brain predicts threat. When you're calm, it predicts safety. This is why healing must involve more than thought. It must include embodiment, movement, stillness, breath, sensation, because when you regulate the body, You alter the predictions of the brain. You shift the input. You give the simulator new material to work with. And the more often you interrupt the old simulations, the more spacious reality becomes. You stop assuming people mean harm. You stop projecting past failures onto future plans. You stop mistaking your prediction for the truth. Instead, you begin to watch your own thoughts with curiosity. What is my brain expecting right now? Is that expectation coming from truth or from old pain? You begin to see that most of your reactions are just automatic simulations running in the background, trying to protect a model that may no longer serve you. And from that awareness, something miraculous happens. You begin to create, not react. You realize you can generate new simulations, not from fear but from love, from trust, from imagination. You can train your brain to expect connection instead of rejection, expansion instead of collapse, beauty instead of breakdown. And slowly, the simulation updates. Reality begins to mirror your new predictions. You begin to feel what it's like to live inside a world shaped not by defense, but by presence. Because ultimately, the simulator is not your enemy. It's not sabotaging you. It's trying to help you survive. It's running the best model it knows based on the data it has. But now you know more. You've seen behind the curtain. You understand that your mind doesn't think, it predicts. And that gives you a new kind of power, the power to participate in the generation of your experience, the power to pause, reframe, and choose a different lens. You're not here to destroy the simulator. You're here to become conscious of it, to guide it, to partner with it, to feed it better questions, to show it a wider horizon. Because the more you do that, the more life begins to surprise you. New outcomes emerge. New people show up. New emotions surface. Not because the world changed randomly, but because your brain finally stopped simulating the old reality and began allowing the new one. And that is the heart of awakening. Not escaping the mind, but transforming the model. Training your inner simulator to expect wholeness, to predict beauty, to anticipate grace, not as fantasy, but as the most natural response to a universe that has been waiting for you to remember who you are. You've built your entire life around what you think you know. You trust your eyes to show you the truth. You rely on your thoughts to tell you what's real. You take comfort in your memories, your labels, your definitions of how the world works. But have you ever stopped to ask if any of it is the truth? Or if it's just what you've been conditioned to see? What if everything you know is actually just a surface? A wallpaper stretched over something deeper, more mysterious and more alive than you've ever imagined? What if perception isn't the doorway to reality, but a user interface designed to hide it? That sounds strange, maybe even disorienting, but think about your phone for a moment. On your home screen you see icons, little colorful images that represent apps. When you tap one, something opens. You don't think about the billions of electrical signals firing underneath that gesture. You're not aware of the processor cycles, the code, the data moving invisibly through wireless networks. You don't need to be. The interface protects you from the complexity. It gives you an illusion of simplicity, so you can function. You're not seeing the reality of the system, you're seeing the wallpaper. Now extend that metaphor to your experience of life. You see a chair. Your brain renders chair, not millions of atoms or vibrating energy, but a symbol you can understand and interact with. The chair is part of the interface. It's not showing you what's actually there. It's giving you an accessible model that helps you navigate. Your entire experience is built this way. Color, sound, shape, time, even the sense of self, these are icons. Simplified renderings. Not of nothing, but of something too deep and too strange for your nervous system to process directly. Cognitive scientist Donald Hoffman calls this the interface theory of perception. He suggests that evolution didn't design your senses to show you reality. It designed them to help you survive. And survival doesn't require truth, it requires usefulness. The organisms that saw the world accurately didn't live longer. They were overwhelmed. The ones that saw the world in simple, functional terms: eat, avoid, mate, move. Those are the ones who thrive. Though over time, perception became less about accuracy and more about utility. We traded reality for efficiency. We built a mental interface that hides what's real so we can operate. This is why what you think you know often feels so solid. Because the interface is designed to feel real. It's supposed to trick you. When you see a tree, you're not seeing the quantum energy field that makes up its being. You're seeing tree, a tidy symbol, an icon of green and brown and branches. When you hear music, you're not hearing waves of vibrating air molecules. You're hearing rhythm and emotion, processed and painted by your mind. It's all constructed, all edited, all rendered in a way that helps you stay oriented, but at the cost of depth. And yet, you've mistaken the interface for the thing itself. You believe the wallpaper is the wall. You believe the surface is all there is. That's why your life can sometimes feel flat, repetitive, even numb. Because you're not engaging with reality. You're engaging with your interface, your filters, your expectations, your symbolic assumptions. You're not seeing what's actually there. You're seeing what your model tells you should be there. And the danger is not in using the interface. You need it. You couldn't function without it. The danger is in forgetting that it's an interface. In thinking it's the whole picture. That's when you stop questioning. That's when you stop growing. That's when mystery gets replaced with mechanism and life begins to feel hollow. Because when you take the wallpaper for truth, you stop looking beyond it. You stop asking what's behind the pattern. What else might be there, waiting for your awareness to arrive. This is why awakening is so disorienting at first, because it peels back the wallpaper, it reveals the interface for what it is. Suddenly the world you trusted starts to shimmer, lose its edges, behave unpredictably. You see that people aren't who they seem to be, not because they were lying, but because you only ever saw the icon you assigned to them. You see that time is less linear than you thought, that emotions aren't just chemical, they're energetic. You see that your thoughts aren't facts, that your identity isn't fixed, that the things you believed you could never question are now dissolving right in front of you. At first this feels terrifying, like being unplugged from a dream you didn't know you were dreaming. But slowly something else arises, a deeper kind of vision, not visual, but intuitive, sensory, but beyond the five senses. You begin to feel the presence behind the interface. You sense the energy behind the form. You notice the invisible threads connecting people and places and moments. You realize the icons on your screen are just entry points into a living field of information, intention, and intelligence. And now, you're not just using the interface. You're aware of it. You're playing with it. And here's the key. When you become aware of the interface, you can start to shift it. You can question the symbols you've accepted as real, the labels you've given people, the definitions you've given yourself. You can ask, is this thing truly what it seems? Or is it just how I've been trained to see it? That's when your mind starts to open. Not just in a metaphorical sense, but literally, your perceptual field widens. You notice details you used to miss. You hear nuance in conversations you once ignored. You feel undercurrents you used to dismiss. Reality becomes richer, not because it changed, but because you stopped mistaking the interface for the source. This is where true creativity begins, when you realize the interface isn't static, it's interactive, dynamic, changeable. Your perception is not a camera, it's a brush. And every time you bring awareness to something new, you paint a new possibility into the field. Your beliefs act like software. Your emotions change the lens. Your story edits the rendering. This doesn't mean reality is fake. It means it's participatory. The interface responds to your level of consciousness. The more awake you become, the more flexible it gets. The wallpaper starts to tear, and behind it a doorway appears. That doorway is the entrance to everything your rational mind couldn't touch. The synchronicities that defy logic, the visions that come in meditation, the feeling that someone is thinking of you before the phone rings, the moments when time slows down, when beauty floods in, when silence becomes sacred. Those are not glitches in the interface. They are peaks behind it. They are reminders that the world you thought you knew is only a sliver of what's truly available. And the more you walk through that doorway, the more you begin to live differently. You don't react as quickly, you observe more, you question your automatic thoughts. You stop labeling people as enemies or allies. You feel into situations instead of analyzing them. You begin to trust something deeper than the icons. A sense of knowing that lives beneath language. A truth that pulses under the skin of every moment. This doesn't make you delusional, it makes you conscious. Awake to the dream, not lost in it. Grounded in your humanity but aware of your divinity. You still use the interface, but you use it with humility. You no longer confuse the map for the territory. You treat every moment as an invitation, not a verdict. Every challenge as a symbol, not a sentence. Every person as a soul, not a role. And slowly, the wallpaper starts to change. It becomes translucent. It becomes beautiful, not because it was fake before, but because now you see the light shining through it. You begin to move through life not as a prisoner of perception, but as a painter of experience. You create meaning instead of chasing it. You see possibility instead of repetition. And in every step you feel the presence of something vast, loving and intelligent, waiting just beyond the veil. So, the next time you think you know who you are, or what the world is, pause. Ask yourself, what if this is just the interface? What if I've mistaken the icon for the infinite? That question is not the end. It's the beginning of curiosity, of humility, of wonder. Because everything you think you know is a wallpaper, and behind it, a universe still waiting to be seen. From the moment you were born, language was wrapped around your experience like a second skin. Before you even understood what words meant, they were being spoken over you, shaping the way others saw you, teaching you how to see yourself. Every sound, every label, every name was like a small tether pulling your infinite awareness into form. You learned to associate sounds with objects, ideas with definitions, and slowly something subtle began to happen. You began to live inside the structure of language. But here's what no one told you. Language is not just a tool for communication. It is a spell, a soft binding enchantment that narrows the raw flow of your perception into slices small enough to control. At first, it seemed innocent enough. You learned the word tree, and suddenly the vast, mysterious presence of that towering being outside your window was reduced to a single syllable. Tree. One word replaced the endless dance of color, light, smell, texture, history, and sacred presence that being contained. You saw a bird. Bright eyes, sharp movement, song, and it became bird. You looked in the mirror, and someone said, you. And you accepted that label too, unaware that it was a cage. With every word you learned, your direct connection to the world grew a little dimmer. You didn't realize it, but language was dividing you from raw reality, mapping infinity into manageable icons, just like a map flattens the living terrain into lines and symbols. Language is useful. That's its brilliance. It lets you share ideas, recall stories, build bridges between separate minds. But every spell comes at a cost, and the cost of language is compression. It takes what is unnameable and forces it into names. It turns fluidity into fixed categories. It teaches you that things are what they're called and nothing more. And in doing so, it tricks you into believing that you know more than you actually do, that naming something is the same as understanding it, that defining something gives you power over it. But true knowing doesn't come from labels. It comes from presence, from being with the thing as it is, beyond language, beyond the veil. Think about how you describe yourself. You say, I'm shy, or I'm not good at relationships, or I'm just an anxious person. Where did those phrases come from? Are they your actual nature, or are they spells someone else taught you to repeat? Maybe a parent said it when you were 5. Maybe a teacher labeled you once and it stuck. Maybe you heard it so many times you started to say it too. And now those words sit in your subconscious like mantras, dictating what you allow yourself to feel, do, or become. That's not communication. That's programming. Language used unconsciously becomes a cage. You cast the same spell over yourself every day and wonder why your life doesn't change. Even spiritual ideas can become spells. You learn the term awakening and suddenly your deeply personal transformation gets squeezed into a narrative with steps, definitions, and milestones. You hear about ego and begin to divide parts of yourself into good and bad. You say energy, or manifestation, or higher self, and if you're not careful, those words can become another layer of illusion, symbols that feel profound but still limit your direct felt experience of truth. Language is seductive like that. It gives you the feeling of mastery without the substance, the illusion of wisdom without the transformation. But language doesn't just limit you internally, it also shapes the reality you experience externally. The words you use don't just describe your world, they help construct it. Every time you say, "This always happens to me," you're reinforcing a pattern. Every time you declare, "People never understand me," you're casting a spell that filters your perception and invites proof. Words are like seeds dropped into the soil of the subconscious. Say them often enough, and they grow roots. They become beliefs. And beliefs become the architecture of your reality. This is why affirmations can be powerful, not because they are magic in themselves, but because they redirect the spell. They plant new codes. But even affirmations can be hollow if they're just surface-level replacements. If you say, "I am confident," while your nervous system is screaming the opposite, you're not shifting the spell. You're laying new language on top of old trauma, and the deeper spell remains intact. Real transformation happens when the words you speak are embodied, when they rise from the ground of truth, not just the clouds of wishful thinking. So how do you break the spell? First, you have to hear it. You have to become aware of the words you use automatically, catch the scripts you recite without thinking, the phrases you've inherited from culture, family, media, religion. Notice how often you speak in limits. "I can't," "I'm not," "that's just how it is." These are not facts. These are linguistic habits that became reality tunnels. Begin to question them. Where did they come from? Do they still serve you? What would happen if you dropped them? Then go deeper, go into silence. Because the most powerful way to unbind yourself from language is to sit in the space where no words exist. In meditation, in stillness, in nature, in awe. These are states where the interface of language dissolves and something raw, ancient and luminous begins to emerge. You feel yourself not as a name, not as a story, but as a living field of awareness. You realize the world doesn't need to be described, it needs to be met. And in that meeting you rediscover the sacred, not because someone told you it was there, but because you felt it. From this space you can begin to use language differently, not as a spell of containment, but as a spell of opening. You can speak with reverence, with intention, with awareness. You can use words not to limit, but to invite, to call forward new realities, to bless, to declare, to shift energy, not just describe events. When you say, "I'm learning to trust" instead of "I can't trust," you cast a different kind of spell, and one that opens the door instead of sealing it shut. When you say, "I'm becoming" instead of "I've always been," you loosen the chains of the past and give space for the future to enter. And perhaps most importantly, you can learn to be in relationship with the unspeakable. You can stop trying to explain everything, define everything, understand everything through intellect alone. You can make peace with the mystery, with paradox, with feeling things that don't fit into tidy boxes. Because the deepest truths don't arrive in words, they arrive in waves, in pulses, in tears, in breath, in knowing that bypasses the mind entirely. That knowing cannot be translated, but it can be trusted. It lives in your body, in your dreams, in the silence between thoughts. You were not born speaking, you were born feeling, moving, breathing, being. Words came later, and while they're powerful tools, they are not who you are. They are not the truth. They are pointers, not the destination. You are the awareness that uses them, not the definitions they contain. And once you reclaim that, the spell begins to lift. You speak with more care. You listen more deeply. You stop assuming you know what everything means. And in that space, reality expands. Not because it changed, but because the spell of language loosened just enough for you to see beyond it, and what you find there is infinite. When you look up at the night sky, you imagine you're seeing the universe. Stars scattered across the void like diamonds on black velvet, galaxies spiraling gracefully in distant corners of time, the faint glow of distant suns painting a cosmic tapestry you can't help but feel awe for. But here's the unsettling truth. What you're seeing is only a sliver of what exists. In fact, it's less than 5%. The rest, the overwhelming majority, is invisible. Not metaphorically invisible, but literally undetectable by every tool and sense you rely on. Scientists call this hidden presence dark matter and dark energy, but those are just names for things we don't understand. Things that feel more like shadows of something immense, hiding just beyond perception. Most of the universe is missing, and you're living inside its echo. It's easy to assume that what you can see is what's real, that the world revealed by your eyes and microscopes and satellites is the total picture. But for decades now, physicists have known that the math doesn't add up. The way galaxies spin should tear them apart. Their gravity isn't strong enough to hold them together based on the visible mass. But they don't fall apart. Something invisible is holding them. Something unseen is exerting gravitational force, curving space, influencing everything while never revealing itself. They called it dark matter, not because it's sinister, but because it doesn't emit light. It doesn't interact with electromagnetic fields. You can't see it, touch it, or measure it directly. You can only infer its existence by the way it bends things around it. And then there's dark energy, even stranger. If dark matter holds the universe together, dark energy seems to be pushing it apart. The universe isn't just expanding, it's accelerating. Against every expectation, galaxies are moving away from each other faster and faster. This repulsive force isn't coming from stars or planets. It's coming from the fabric of space itself, as if space is stretching, driven by something we can't locate or define. Over 68% of the universe appears to be made of this force. Nearly 27% is dark matter. That leaves less than 5% for everything else. Every atom, every planet, every person you've ever known. Pause and take that in. Almost everything you call reality is a thin veil draped over something vaster. You live in the minority of the universe, completely surrounded by forces you can't perceive. You're like a character in a dream who believes the dream is all there is, unaware of the mind that's dreaming it. Or like a fish who's never known the surface, believing the ocean floor is the whole of existence. What you touch, what you see, what you think is solid. It's the exception. The rule is invisible. So what is all this dark stuff? Scientists are still guessing. Some believe dark matter is made of undiscovered particles, WIMPs, axions, sterile neutrinos. Others think it may not be particles at all, but flaws in the way we understand gravity. Dark energy is even more elusive. Some think it's a cosmological constant, a property of space itself. Others believe it's something more dynamic, a field, a force, a ripple in the cosmic code, but no one knows for sure. These names, dark matter, dark energy, are placeholders, labels to cover the embarrassment of ignorance. They're signs pointing to a mystery deeper than any model can explain. And maybe that's the point. Maybe what we're seeing is not just the limit of scientific understanding, but the edge of perception itself. Maybe dark matter and dark energy are not just physical anomalies, but veils, thresholds, interfaces between dimensions, signs that this universe isn't as separate, as inert, or as random as you once believed. Maybe they are clues that we are surrounded by a living field of presence, so vast and intelligent that our senses collapse in its shadow. Because think about it, how do you know what's real? You trust your senses. But your senses are tuned to a narrow band of frequencies. You can't hear the full spectrum of sound. You can't see ultraviolet or infrared. You can't feel radio waves moving through your body right now. You live in a filtered version of reality, a translation. And beyond that filter, there may be realms upon realms of presence, intention, and energy. What if dark matter is not just mass, but memory? What if dark energy is not just force, but will? What if the missing universe isn't missing at all, but hiding in plain sight, waiting for consciousness capable of perceiving it? Many ancient traditions speak of the unseen as the real. The Tao, they say, that can be named is not the true Tao. In Vedic philosophy, the manifest world is Maya, illusion, while the unmanifest is the true source. The Kabbalists spoke of layers of reality hidden behind the material, veiled by the mundane. Mystics, shamans, and sages from every culture have echoed the same message. What you see is not all there is, and often they spoke of darkness not as evil, but as sacred, as fertile, as the womb of creation. So when modern science stumbles upon invisible forces shaping the universe, it's not discovering something new. It's catching up to something ancient, something your intuition has always known, that reality is layered, that what you call the physical world is just the outer skin of something unimaginably vast, that most of what moves your life is invisible, like gravity, thought, emotion, and spirit, that your body is held together not just by atoms but by fields, that you are more energy than substance, more wave than particle, more mystery than name. And here's where it gets personal, because if most of the universe is missing, then maybe parts of you are missing too. Not missing as in lost, but as in hidden, veiled, protected. Maybe there are aspects of your being that live in the dark matter of consciousness, beyond thought, beyond memory, beyond the stories you've been told. Parts of your intuition, your creativity, your connection to source, that exist outside the light of your normal awareness. Maybe the missing universe is inside you too. So the invitation is not to fear the dark, but to revere it, to stop pretending that everything must be named, seen, measured, and proven before it's real. Some of the most profound truths cannot be spoken. Some of the most transformative forces in your life, the love you've felt, the dreams that moved you, the sudden silence that made you cry, were invisible, but they were no less real. The darkness is not your enemy. It is your origin, your guide, your field of becoming, the mystery that holds the map your eyes cannot read. So lean into it. Trust that behind the veil of what you see, something deeper is unfolding. Let your curiosity lead you, not just into the stars, but into the spaces between them. Into the 95% of reality that whispers instead of shouts. Because in that whisper is the secret of who you really are. Not just a body, not just a mind, but a flicker of light wrapped in mystery, a spark dancing on the edge of the unseen. What if everything you've ever touched, tasted, seen, or believed was only possible because of one thing? Consciousness. Not your personal consciousness, not just the stream of thoughts inside your head, but a vast primordial awareness that exists beneath and within everything. You see the stars and you think they're made of matter. You hear the wind and assume it's just air in motion. You experience life and imagine it to be a play of energy and form. But what if all of that is secondary? What if the true substance of the cosmos isn't matter or energy or time, but consciousness itself? Not something that arises within the universe, but the thing from which the universe arises. This idea isn't new. Mystics have spoken of it for thousands of years. The sages of the Upanishads whispered that Atman and Brahman, individual consciousness and universal reality, are one and the same. The Buddha pointed to a vast emptiness beyond form, but never void of presence. The Gnostics, the Sufis, the Kabbalists, all carried a knowing that reality is not out there, cold and separate, but profoundly alive. In the modern age, science has tried to peel back the layers of reality with instruments and math. seeking the building blocks of existence. Yet the deeper it digs, the stranger things become. Quantum physics was supposed to explain everything, and in some ways it has: atoms, particles, forces, probabilities. But instead of giving us certainty, it has revealed a world that defies all logic. A particle exists in multiple places at once until it's observed. Matter doesn't seem to exist in a stable form until it is measured. Events are not determined but probabilistic. And strangest of all, consciousness seems to play a role in what becomes real. This is the famous observer effect, the idea that by the simple act of observation, the outcome of a quantum event can change. That's not just philosophical, it's experimental. In labs, particles behave differently when observed. Measurement collapses the wave function, potential becomes particular. And this forces a question that physicists have struggled to answer for decades. What exactly is doing the observing? What is it about consciousness that makes reality choose one path over another? Some scientists try to reduce the mystery by redefining observation as any form of interaction. But the problem persists. Why should a universe built entirely on mechanical rules behave differently depending on awareness? Why should potential remain unmanifest until something conscious notices it? The standard models don't have an answer, but mystics do. They've been saying it all along. The universe doesn't become real until it's perceived. Consciousness doesn't live inside matter. Matter lives inside consciousness. If that's true, then you are not a byproduct of the cosmos. You are not a brain creating awareness inside a skull. You are awareness itself, having a temporary experience of form. You are the field in which the universe arises. Not just a participant, but a portal. And every object, every person, every thought is not separate from that field. It is shaped by it, animated by it, inseparable from it. Look closely, and you'll see this truth everywhere. The double-slit experiment, where particles behave like waves until they are observed, only to collapse into a definite position. That's not just a physics problem, that's a metaphysical revelation. It tells you that what you experience as a stable world is actually fluid, waiting for your consciousness to crystallize it. It tells you that the cosmos is not a machine but a mirror, that your awareness does not ride on top of reality like a passenger, it is embedded within its very fabric, shaping what unfolds. This is where the lines between science and spirituality begin to blur, where equations start to echo prayers, where quantum potential meets mystical presence. The mystic sits in silence and touches the formless. The quantum physicist runs an experiment and finds that form is only temporary. One uses devotion, the other uses logic, but both arrive at the same edge. And on that edge, a new truth waits to be born, that consciousness is not the end of the journey. It's the beginning, it's the canvas, the ground, the thing behind the thing. If that's true, then it changes everything. It means the stars above you are not just burning balls of gas. They are expressions of knowing. It means the air you breathe is not just a chemical mixture, but a medium of intention. It means the universe doesn't just contain consciousness, it is consciousness, flowing in infinite disguises. You don't live in the universe, you live as the universe, dreaming itself awake through your eyes. And suddenly, so many spiritual teachings begin to make sense. When sages say all is one, they are not being poetic. They are describing the structure of the cosmos. When the Buddha speaks of emptiness and form being the same, he is pointing to the quantum truth that what you see is never solid, always shifting. When Jesus says, "The kingdom of God is within you," he is not giving comfort. He is revealing that you are the temple, that your consciousness is sacred not because it's personal, but because it is the infinite in disguise. And you begin to wonder, if consciousness is the fabric of the cosmos, then what is your role? Are you just an accident, a temporary flicker? Or are you here to remember, to become lucid inside the dream, to bring awareness back to itself? Because if the universe is made of consciousness, then awareness is not something you have. It's what you are. And the more you embody that, the more reality begins to bend. Synchronicities increase. Time feels fluid. intuition becomes precise, manifestation becomes natural. Why? Because you're no longer operating as a fragment. You're operating from the source. You are no longer the drop. You are the ocean playing as the drop. And when the drop remembers this, it doesn't dissolve, it becomes empowered. This is why awakening matters not as a spiritual concept, but as a return to alignment with what's real. Because everything else, status, opinions, fears, identities, are temporary constructs within the field. But the field itself, the consciousness behind the masks, that's eternal. And when you remember that you are it, you stop fighting the flow. You start co-creating with it. You stop seeking truth in objects and start recognizing it in awareness itself. This doesn't mean abandoning the world. It means inhabiting it more fully. You become a vessel through which consciousness meets itself again and again, in laughter, in heartbreak, in stillness, in love. You stop clinging to form because you know it's fluid. You stop fearing death because you know awareness cannot die. You stop pretending to be small because you remember the same field that creates galaxies is breathing you in this very moment. And then the world becomes sacred again, not because someone told you it is, but because you feel it. You see the way trees lean into the sky, not just for light, but for communion. You see the way your body heals itself, not just through biology, but through intelligence. You see the way strangers become messengers, how silence becomes music, how everything becomes a conversation with the infinite, because it always was. You just forgot to listen. So what happens now? You live, not as a concept, not as a role, but as presence. You let the illusion play out, but you don't get lost in it. You feel every moment as the miracle it is. You forgive more easily. You laugh more freely. You create not for success, but for joy. Because you know the canvas you're painting on isn't separate from you. It is you. You are the cosmos, conscious of itself, the mystery, awakening, the formless playing at form. You wake up each day and feel yourself inside a body. You look in the mirror, see the familiar face. Move your hands, stretch your legs, and feel the ground beneath your feet. It all feels seamless, doesn't it? As if your awareness lives inside your head, controlling the flesh like a pilot in the cockpit of some biological aircraft. But if you look closely, if you really question the nature of your experience, you'll find something deeply strange. The mind you identify with, the awareness you are, doesn't actually live in the body the way you think it does. In fact, the longer you observe, the more you begin to sense the eerie truth. You are a ghost operating a machine. A presence animating matter. A whisper of awareness guiding an ancient organic vessel through a simulation of time and space. This isn't just metaphor. It's your lived experience once you peel back the illusion of embodiment. Your body acts automatically in so many ways, doesn't it? Your heart beats without your instruction. Your lungs fill and empty whether you remember to breathe or not. Your digestive system, immune responses, reflexes, all of it operates with or without the mind. And yet, you tell yourself that you are the one in charge. You think that you, the I who narrates your thoughts, is running the show. But that I is more of an observer than a controller. You're not pushing the blood through your veins. You're not generating the electric signals that keep your body standing upright. You're not consciously coordinating the billions of cellular transactions taking place every second. You're witnessing it. You're inhabiting it, but you're not creating it. So what is this you exactly? Is it the thoughts in your head, the personality you've built, the memories you carry? Those are part of the interface. They're like the dashboard of the machine, dials and displays that give you the illusion of control. But go deeper. Behind the thoughts, behind the voice in your mind, behind the emotions that surge and fade, there is something else. A presence, a quiet, unmoving stillness that is always watching, always aware. It doesn't judge, it doesn't react, it just is. That's the ghost. That's what you really are. Pure awareness using a temporary identity to navigate a constructed world. Science doesn't quite know how to describe this. The body is easy to study, neurons, chemicals, muscles. The brain can be mapped. But awareness? That's different. It has no mass. It doesn't degrade with time. It isn't bound to a location. You can't point to it and say there it is. And yet it's the only thing you can be absolutely certain of. Thoughts come and go, but you remain. Emotions shift like weather, but something beneath them stays the same. Even your sense of self, the story of who you are, evolves over time. But the fact of your awareness, the quality of being present, that never leaves. That's the ghost in the machine. And the machine? It's miraculous. It's sensitive. It's ancient. But it is not you. It's a vehicle you're riding, a biological suit coded with instincts, programs, and reactions. It has its own intelligence, deep, evolutionary, subconscious. But without the ghost, it would be inert, lifeless, just flesh. That animating force, that mysterious spark of I am, is what makes the difference. And it's not produced by the machine. It's operating through it. Which means you are not in the body, you are using the body. But the illusion is powerful. Because the interface between ghost and machine is so seamless and so convincing, you start to identify with the vehicle. You think you are your body. You feel pain and say, I hurt. You feel anxiety and say, I am anxious. But what if that's not true? What if you're just experiencing pain, just witnessing anxiety? What if the ghost has become so entangled with the machine that it forgot it was separate? This forgetting is the root of suffering. When you believe the ghost is the machine, every dent feels fatal. Every failure feels permanent. Every emotion feels like identity. But when you begin to remember, when you remember that you are the awareness behind the experience, not the experience itself, something incredible happens. Space opens up. You stop reacting to every sensation as if it's life or death. You start observing your emotions instead of drowning in them. You begin to respond to life from stillness rather than panic. It's like stepping out of the driver's seat for a moment and realizing the car is still moving. You don't need to force every turn, you just need to be aware of where the road is going. Your mind might still panic, your body might still flinch, but you, remain calm, clear, centered. And once you live from that awareness, the entire world changes, because now instead of being caught in the storm, you become the sky. Instead of being the actor, you become the screen on which the story plays. You no longer fear change because you realize that what you are is unchangeable. Bodies age, minds fluctuate, lives begin and end, but the ghost, the awareness behind the eyes, remains untouched, always here, always now. This awareness isn't limited to you. Every person you meet is also a ghost in a machine. Some have forgotten, some are waking up, but underneath every argument, every relationship, every act of kindness or cruelty, there is the same awareness, wearing a different mask. And when you realize that, compassion floods in, judgment dissolves. You stop seeing people as their programming and start seeing the ghost behind the wheel. Even when someone lashes out, you see it as the machine glitching, not the soul. Even when someone hurts you, you sense the distortion in their system, not the evil in their essence. You become less reactive, more forgiving. Not because you're passive, but because you're finally seeing clearly. And that clarity opens the door to healing. Because once the ghost remembers it's not the machine, it can begin to repair the interface. It can tend to the nervous system. It can soothe the trauma embedded in the tissue. It can upgrade the patterns that keep looping pain. Not from fear, but from love. Not to fix what's broken, but to restore the connection between spirit and body, between consciousness and form. You become an integrated presence, not a ghost trapped in a machine, but a ghost inhabiting it fully, rooted in awareness, moving through form with grace. You speak, but now you listen to the silence beneath your words. You act, but you do so with mindfulness, not compulsion. You love, not from lack, but from overflow. You realize this isn't just a simulation, it's a sacred game, a chance for consciousness to explore itself in every texture of embodiment. And when the machine begins to slow, when age or illness or death comes knocking, you don't panic, because you remember. You've been the ghost all along, and the end of the body is not the end of you. It's the end of a role, the end of a story. The awareness continues. The witness remains. The ghost steps out of the suit, unshaken, ready for what's next. So the next time you feel lost, scattered, overwhelmed, pause. Close your eyes. Feel your body. Notice your breath, and then drop beneath it. Beneath the thoughts, beneath the feelings, beneath the stories. Find the quiet watcher, the one who's been here all along. That's you, the real you. And once you find that, everything else falls into place. We move through life assuming that you've touched things, that you've pressed your hands against walls, held the faces of people you love, felt the warmth of a mug or the softness of a blanket. It all feels so real, so immediate, like your skin is actually connecting with the objects around you. But that assumption, as intuitive as it is, collapses under closer scrutiny. Because the truth is, you've never truly touched anything in your life. Not once, not a single time. Every moment of contact you've ever felt was an illusion, a beautifully convincing interpretation crafted by your nervous system, wrapped in stories your mind could make sense of. In reality, at the atomic level, nothing touches anything. You are always hovering, always held apart by an invisible wall that makes interaction feel like contact, but is in truth separation disguised as sensation. It sounds absurd at first, doesn't it? After all, touch is one of your most primal senses. It's how you first learned about the world as a baby. It's how you know you're grounded. It's how you feel closeness, comfort, safety. But dive beneath the sensory layer, and physics tells a different story. Your body is made of atoms, tiny particles made of a dense nucleus surrounded by a cloud of electrons. The world around you, whether it's a table, a hand, or a tree, is also made of atoms. And when you touch something, your atoms never meet its atoms. What actually happens is this. The electrons in your skin come so close to the electrons of the object that their electromagnetic fields repel one another. They never merge. They never truly touch. It's like two magnets with the same polarity. You can push them together with all your strength, but they resist. Always, in every so-called contact, that resistance is what you feel, not touch, but repulsion. This invisible barrier, the force between electrons, is what gives the illusion of solidity. It's what stops your hand from passing through a wall. It's what gives form to form. But nothing solid is truly solid. The atoms that make up your hand are 99.999999% empty space. So are the atoms of the wall. What we call solid is just a dense pattern of energy fields pushing against each other. It's pressure, vibration, pattern, not actual connection. And yet, from this field of untouching particles, you built a world of substance, of closeness, of certainty. You built intimacy on a lie. You believed you had contact, when all you had was interpretation. Your brain plays the central role in this illusion. The skin has thousands of receptors that respond to pressure, heat, vibration, and more. When they're activated by the electromagnetic resistance of nearby atoms, signals are sent to your brain. But those signals are not the sensation itself. They're data. Your brain interprets the data and paints a story. This is soft. That's sharp. This is warm. It creates a narrative of contact that your mind accepts as truth. But the truth was never physical. The sensation you felt didn't come from touching something. It came from not touching it. This isn't just a quirky fact of physics. It's a window into something much deeper. Because if your experience of touch is just interpretation, then so is your experience of reality. Everything you think is direct is actually mediated. Every emotion, every memory, every sensation, filtered, processed, rendered. You're not experiencing life as it is. You're experiencing your model of it. And if something as basic, as foundational as touch is an illusion, what else have you misunderstood? Think about what touch means emotionally. It's not just a physical event. It's connection, it's trust, it's love. But if physical contact is always mediated by invisible forces, then maybe emotional contact is too. Maybe every time you felt truly close to someone, what you were feeling wasn't just skin or warmth, it was resonance, energetic alignment, a field merging not through matter but through vibration. What if connection has nothing to do with physical contact at all? What if it's about coherence? Two systems vibrating in such harmony that the illusion of separation dissolves. This is why you can feel so intimately connected to someone across the world and utterly alone in someone's arms, because the ghost in you doesn't speak in atoms, it speaks in energy, intention, presence. You are never longing for touch, you are longing for resonance, and once you see that, the illusion of distance begins to fade. You begin to understand that what you are is not limited by your body, that your presence, your field, your awareness is not bounded by your skin. You're not a solid thing in a world of solid things, you are a ripple in the ocean of awareness, brushing against other ripples, not by force but by frequency. This understanding transforms how you see your body. It's not a separate object, it's not a thing, it's a field of organized energy, held in a certain shape for a while but always in motion, always vibrating. And every interaction you have is not about objects meeting objects, but waves intersecting waves. The world you experience is not hard and external, it's fluid, responsive, intimate. When you hold someone's hand, your atoms are never touching, but something deeper is. Field is overlapping. A story is being told in silence. And that story is older than you know. Ancient mystics and spiritual traditions have long spoken of the illusion of form. They used different language, Maya, illusion, dream, but the insight was the same, that the world of separation is not the final truth, that all things, all beings are part of one indivisible whole. Science, for all its resistance, is slowly catching up. When physics tells you that you've never truly touched anything, it's not taking magic away, it's revealing where the magic lives, in the space between. In the emptiness that's full, in the connection that doesn't need contact. This shifts how you relate to everything. You no longer need to grip tightly. You no longer panic when someone leaves. You no longer fear letting go. Because you see that true contact isn't physical, it's energetic, it's vibrational, it's the invisible harmony that underlies every apparent form. The people you've loved are not gone because you're not touching them anymore. The places you've been are not lost because your feet aren't there now. This connection exists in a dimension that can't be broken by space. It exists in the field, in the awareness, in the ghost that moves through it all. So, no, you've never touched anything, but you've felt everything, and that's more important. You've connected not through pressure, but through presence. Not through atoms, but through attention. And the more you live from that knowing, the more alive the world becomes. You begin to sense the breath of existence in everything. A chair is no longer just wood, it's a field of stories. A stranger is no longer just a face. They're a waveform waiting to resonate with yours. Even your own body becomes sacred, not because it's solid, but because it's humming with life you didn't create, yet somehow are. You were never meant to touch the world. You were meant to feel it. And that feeling, pure, unmediated, raw, is closer to truth than any illusion of contact could ever be. You've been taught to believe that time moves like a straight line, past behind you, future ahead, and the present as a fleeting slice, slipping through your fingers faster than you can hold it. You live according to clocks, calendars, and deadlines. You age according to years, tell your stories in sequence, and look back at the past as fixed while fearing or fantasizing about the future. But what if none of that is actually true? What if time isn't what you think it is? Not linear, not absolute, not even real in the way you've been conditioned to believe. What if time is not a river you travel through, but a lens your consciousness uses to navigate an infinite sea of potential? Science already hints at this. Einstein dismantled the idea of absolute time with his theory of relativity. According to him, time is not a constant. It bends, stretches, and warps depending on speed and gravity. Time for you on Earth flows differently than it does for a satellite orbiting above. The faster you move, the slower time becomes. This isn't science fiction. It's measurable. Atomic clocks on airplanes run slower than those on the ground. GPS systems must account for this difference just to stay accurate. Time, it seems, is flexible, relative, and if it can change, if it isn't universal, then maybe it's not fundamental either. Maybe time is not something you move through, but something your mind assembles. This becomes even more mysterious when you look at quantum mechanics. At the quantum level, particles behave in ways that defy every intuitive understanding of time. Effects seem to happen before causes. Particles appear to be influenced by measurements made in the future. Entangled particles affect one another instantaneously, across space, with no time delay. Some interpretations suggest that all moments exist simultaneously, and that what you experience as the passage of time is simply your consciousness scanning a series of static frames, like a film reel being lit one frame at a time. But the reel is already there. The past hasn't vanished. The future isn't unwritten. Everything exists now. Time, in this view, is not a flow. It's a perspective. This aligns uncannily with what mystics and seers have said for centuries. That time is an illusion, that all is now, that the eternal exists not in the future, but in the depth of the present moment. In deep states of meditation, the sense of time dissolves. Minutes become hours, hours become seconds. Events begin to feel non-linear, like memories from the future, emotions from the past, ideas from another lifetime, all coexisting in a single field of awareness. Time, under those conditions, stops being something you move through and starts being something that moves through you. You've felt this before, even if you didn't have the words for it. When you were so immersed in a moment that everything else disappeared. When a dream gave you a memory you never lived. When a déjà vu whispered that you've been here before, though you know you haven't. When grief bent time into spirals, making the past feel closer than the present. When a moment of inspiration arrived from nowhere, complete and vivid, like a transmission from some other world. These are not glitches. They are clues. Clues that time isn't a ruler measuring your life. It's a veil your mind uses to make sense of eternity. So if time isn't what you think it is, then what is it really? One perspective is that time is a function of consciousness, a way for awareness to experience change, to sequence events, to create meaning. Without time, everything would be one undifferentiated now. There would be no story, no growth, no becoming. So the mind creates time as a stage upon which it can evolve. But the stage isn't fixed. It can expand, it can collapse, it can open gateways. This is why time feels different depending on your state of consciousness. When you're bored, time drags. When you're in danger, it slows down, your senses heighten, and seconds stretch into eternities. When you're in love, time disappears. When you're in flow, it's irrelevant. This isn't just psychological, it's ontological. Your experience of time is shaped by your level of presence. The more present you are, the more spacious time becomes. The less present you are, the more time becomes a trap. And this has profound implications. It means the future isn't something that happens to you, it's something you access based on your frequency. It means the past isn't fixed, it's alive in your memory, in your body, in your energetic field, and can be healed, rewritten, or reframed. It means that moments of intuition, those flashes of knowing that seem to come from nowhere, might actually be ripples from events that haven't happened yet in your linear model, but already exist in the deeper fabric of reality. This isn't fantasy, It's being explored by serious thinkers in the fields of consciousness studies and theoretical physics. The concept of a block universe suggests that all points in time are equally real, that past, present, and future all coexist. From this view, time is like space. Just as all locations exist at once and you move through them, all times exist and you're moving through those too. But the movement isn't automatic, it's guided by attention, by intention, by vibration. So what does this mean for your life? It means you're not stuck in a story. You're not imprisoned by the past. You're not doomed to wait for the future to save you. Every version of you that has ever existed, and every version that could exist, is already here, nested in the timeless field. And the you that shows up in your life is the one you tune into through your focus, your beliefs, your choices. You don't become the future, you access it. This is why visualization works, why prayer works, why memory changes each time you recall it. Because your consciousness is not bound to one line. It moves across timelines, shifts between frequencies. You are not linear, you are quantum. You are multidimensional awareness pretending to be a person walking through years. And once you begin to live this truth, the pressure starts to ease. You no longer feel behind, you no longer chase time as if it's running out. You begin to dwell more fully in the present. Not because it's a mindful practice, but because it's the only real point of power. From here you can reach backward and heal. From here you can reach forward and create. From here you begin to remember who you truly are, not a product of time, not a prisoner of it, but the one for whom time was made. A traveler of possibility, weaving stories out of eternity, learning to become aware not just in time, but beyond it. ChatGPT said, "There's a moment you've likely experienced. It comes without warning, subtle, eerie, almost dreamlike. You walk into a room, hear someone speak, or turn a corner, and suddenly a wave washes over you. A deep, visceral feeling, I've been here before. But you haven't, at least not in this lifetime. Not in any memory you can trace, and yet the feeling is unmistakable, real, like your mind is syncing up with something it already knows. That moment is called déjà vu. It's been dismissed as a trick of the brain, a misfiring of neurons, a glitch in short-term memory. But what if it's something far more mysterious than a neurological hiccup? What if déjà vu is not just a malfunction but a message? A ripple from beyond linear time, a signal from another version of you, another loop, another world. Think about the sensation. Déjà vu doesn't come with confusion, it comes with certainty. You don't think you've been there before, you know. It feels like a memory bubbling up from somewhere beneath conscious thought. But what's strange is that you don't remember the event happening before. It's not attached to a timeline. It's more like your soul recognizes it. Like a ghost memory bleeding through from another dimension. And maybe that's exactly what it is. Maybe déjà vu is your system briefly syncing with another frequency, another reality, another you who has been there before. Because they're living a life just adjacent to yours. Science tries to explain déjà vu as a delay in processing, a sort of double take where your brain registers something milliseconds apart and misinterprets it as a memory. But that doesn't account for the feeling, that deep, haunting familiarity, that chill down the spine, that sense of a script being repeated. It doesn't explain the specificity. Why that corner, that word, that glance? Why does it feel scripted, like you're reliving a moment, not inventing one? The truth is, déjà vu might be a keyhole. A brief peek into the deeper structure of reality. A place where time loops, where paths cross, where dimensions overlap. Some physicists propose the idea of a multiverse, an infinite number of parallel universes where every possible version of every choice is played out. In one world, you turned left. In another, right. In one, you spoke the truth. In another, you stayed silent. All possibilities exist, stacked like pages in a book. You are reading one page, but sometimes, just sometimes, you feel the faint imprint of another page beneath your fingertips. Déjà vu may be that moment when the lines align, when the you from another timeline walks the same path at the same time, and for a split second, the resonance is so perfect that the veil thins. You feel it as familiarity, as memory, as an echo. It's not that you've done this before in this life. It's that another version of you has done it in theirs, and your consciousness brushed up against theirs just long enough for the echo to ring out. The glitch isn't in your memory, it's in the matrix itself. This also explains why déjà vu often comes during moments of transition or just before a major shift. It's like a breadcrumb, a signal from your higher self or a neighboring self, saying, yes, this is the path. Or maybe, pay attention, you've been here before and it matters. It's not just a replay, it's a loop, a chance to see if you'll make a different choice, to notice what you missed the first time, to disrupt the pattern. In that sense, déjà vu isn't just mysterious, it's sacred. This idea that we live in recursive loops is echoed in spiritual traditions as well. In Hinduism, time is cyclical. The same stories repeat through yugas, the great cosmic cycles. The Buddhists speak of samsara, the wheel of life and death, where souls return again and again, repeating patterns until they awaken. Mystics in many traditions speak of eternal return, of souls living out similar lives across timelines, dimensions, or lives. Déjà vu, in that light, is the soul's whisper, you've done this before. Are you ready to remember? Even dreams participate in this pattern. Have you ever had a dream that felt more like a memory? A place you've never visited in waking life, but that feels realer than anything else? That's not a dream, that's an echo, a memory bleeding in from another version of reality. The more sensitive you become to these overlaps, the more you realize how thin the walls are. Time isn't fixed. Identity isn't fixed. You are not a linear being in a linear world. You are a multidimensional awareness experiencing a pattern, a path, a particular expression, but you are also adjacent to countless others. And when those patterns align, you feel it as déjà vu. You might ask, why does it matter? Because understanding déjà vu as a glitch changes how you live. It breaks the illusion of finality. It tells you that time is a suggestion, not a law, that fate is not a prison but a series of echoes waiting for your conscious presence. You don't have to be trapped in loops, but you do have to recognize them. And déjà vu is one of the ways the universe gets your attention. It's a knock on the door of your awareness, a reminder that more is happening than you can see. It's also a reminder that you are more than this body, this mind, this timeline. You are a field of possibilities. And sometimes, when you stand at a crossroads, your awareness slips between versions of you, like sliding doors in a multiversal hallway. You choose one door but feel the memory of the other. That's déjà vu, not a mistake, not a glimpse, a shiver of recognition across parallel lives. What do you do when it happens? Don't dismiss it, don't rush past it. Pause, feel it. Ask yourself, what is this moment trying to show me? What decision is before me? What loop is repeating? What awareness is trying to come through? Déjà vu is not a memory, it's a signal, a fork in the road, a moment where the boundaries between realities bend just enough for truth to seep through. And in that truth there is power, because if déjà vu is real, then so is choice. You are not locked into one life, one story, one ending. You are the author, and the reader, and the dreamer, all at once. And with every act of conscious awareness, you rewrite the code. You bend the loop. You awaken from the script. So, the next time it hits you, that strange, electric sensation of having been there before, don't just shrug it off. Let it be what it truly is. A glitch, yes, but a sacred one. A thread pulling you back toward the center. A reminder that you are living in a far stranger, more beautiful world than you were ever taught to believe. When you close your eyes at night and drift into sleep, you don't fall into nothingness. You enter a world a vivid, unpredictable, often surreal realm, where the laws of physics bend, time distorts, and logic dissolves. You speak with people who've long passed. You walk through impossible landscapes. You fly without wings. You wake with the trace of emotions you can't explain. Fear, joy, sadness, ecstasy, etched into your nervous system like echoes from somewhere beyond the waking mind. We call these experiences dreams, often dismissing them as random firings of the brain, a byproduct of memory consolidation or emotional processing. But what if dreams are far more than that? What if they aren't random at all? What if, beneath the strangeness, dreams are a kind of coded language, a personalized debug zone for your consciousness, where the subconscious runs simulations, integrates data, heals trauma, and tests future scenarios before they unfold? To understand this possibility, you have to begin by letting go of the idea that your waking life is the only real experience. Dreams feel less real only because they lack the consistency of physical space. But in terms of sensation, emotion, presence, they can be just as vivid, sometimes more so. There are dreams you remember more clearly than last Tuesday's breakfast. There are dreams that leave a deeper imprint on your heart than entire weeks of conscious living. So what defines reality? Continuity, predictability, or intensity of experience? Because if dreams can impact you, if they can shift your mood, offer insight, spark transformation, then maybe they aren't less real. Maybe they're just real in a different way. Your mind doesn't shut down when you sleep, it shifts frequencies. Your brain waves slow from beta into alpha, then theta, then delta. In those dream-rich theta states, the conscious ego, the part of you that manages daily life, takes a back seat. And that's when the subconscious takes over. This part of your mind is vast. It stores every memory, every impression, every sensory detail you've ever absorbed. It doesn't forget. It doesn't filter for truth. It collects. And in dreams, it arranges, it plays, it tests. It builds environments not for fantasy, but for feedback. Think of your subconscious like a quantum processor. During the day, it runs in the background, managing behaviors, instincts, learned reactions. But at night, in the dream state, it has full access to your attention, and it uses that access to recalibrate your inner world. The strange symbols, the people who appear, the places that make no sense, these aren't accidents. They're metaphors, visual code. Just like a software system might flag bugs or run simulations to test outcomes, your dreams are running diagnostics on your psyche. Where are you stuck? Where are you afraid? What still needs to be seen, expressed, resolved? Dreams stage these themes not as lectures, but as experiences. Have you ever had a dream where you're being chased? That's not about running, it's about avoidance. Something in your waking life is being pushed aside and the subconscious is holding up a mirror. Have you ever dreamed you were falling endlessly? That might not be about height. It could be about a lack of grounding, an identity that's unraveling. The subconscious doesn't speak in words, it speaks in archetypes. Its language is nonlinear, symbolic, emotional, but if you learn to read it, you realize it's always telling you the truth. This is why dreams often feel exaggerated. Characters are amplified, scenes are distorted, emotions are intense. That's not because dreams are inaccurate, it's because they're concentrated. A dream will take a subtle waking anxiety and blow it up into a monster, not to scare you, but to make you notice. The debug zone is not gentle. It's efficient. It wants you to see what you're avoiding. It wants to collapse the distance between what you think and what you feel. And it does so by staging immersive theater in the dark corners of your mind. And here's where it gets even stranger. Some dreams are not rooted in your past. They seem to come from the future. You've likely had one, a dream that later plays out in waking life with eerie precision, a conversation you dreamed of, a place you'd never have been that later appears exactly as you saw it. These are not coincidences. They are the subconscious scanning probabilities, looping through potential timelines, and surfacing the most emotionally resonant ones. Just like a computer runs predictive models based on available data, your inner world is always scanning the quantum field, testing trajectories. The dream is where it shows you what's coming, not to predict, but to prepare. There's a reason indigenous cultures took dreams so seriously. To them, dreams were not less real, they were more real. A dimension where the soul could travel, where ancestors spoke, where guidance was offered without ego's distortion. Shamans, mystics, yogis, they all knew that dreams were not noise. They were signal, not metaphorical, but actual. You spend nearly a third of your life asleep. That's not wasted time, it's deep work. The kind your conscious mind could never orchestrate. The idea of the dream realm as a debug zone also explains recurring dreams. These are not random loops, they are unresolved scripts. Your subconscious keeps presenting the same dream until the code is fixed, until the loop is broken, until the message is received. It's not punishing you, it's alerting you. You may keep dreaming of that lost house, that closed door, that familiar stranger, because there's a part of your psyche still frozen there, waiting for reintegration. And until it's acknowledged, the system keeps flagging it, not as failure but as invitation. This is where lucid dreaming comes in, a powerful practice where you become aware within the dream. The moment you realize you're dreaming while still asleep, the dream space shifts. It becomes malleable. You can explore it, question it, alter it. You can engage your subconscious directly, asking it questions, rewriting scripts, even healing trauma. It's like gaining admin access to your inner operating system. You move from passive observer to conscious participant. You stop being a pawn in the simulation and start becoming a coder. This isn't fantasy, it's a practice. Lucid dreaming is a doorway into conscious evolution. But even when you're not lucid, your dreams are working on you. Integrating the day's chaos, releasing emotional residue, surfacing hidden beliefs. It's a feedback loop between you and your deeper self, and the more you honor it, the more it reveals. Start remembering your dreams. Journal them. Notice the patterns. Speak to the symbols. Ask your dreams to guide you. You'll be amazed at what starts to unfold. You'll see how dreams are not separate from life. They are the undercurrent of life. The workshop beneath the stage. The classroom beneath the costume. When you wake up in the morning, don't shake off your dreams as nonsense. Sit with them. They are clues, echoes, blueprints. They're not just reflections. They're transmissions from a part of you that sees more than your waking eyes ever could. Your dreams are trying to help you evolve, clear outdated programs, test higher versions of yourself. And each night, the debug zone opens, not to punish, but to illuminate. In the end, your entire life may be a kind of dream, a larger simulation within which the nightly ones occur. But the principle is the same. This world, too, is a feedback environment. Everything you encounter is a mirror. Every struggle is a script. Every moment is asking, are you awake yet? And the more you wake up in your dreams, the more you wake up in your life, until one day you realize that all of it, the pain, the joy, the shadows, and the light, has always been here for your awakening. You are not here to survive the program, you are here to rewrite it. You walk through life with a name, a story, a history you believe belongs to you. You say, this is who I am, and you point to your past, your preferences, your memories, your face in the mirror. But what if none of that is truly you? What if the entire structure of your identity, your personality, your beliefs, your emotional reactions isn't a reflection of something fixed or real, but a carefully constructed illusion? A convenient fiction generated moment by moment to make sense of experience? What if the self you cling to, defend, protect, and grieve is nothing more than a mask worn by consciousness, a character written by circumstance, memory, and culture, a story being told so convincingly you forgot it was ever just a story? From the moment you're born, the world begins assigning you labels, a name, a gender, a culture, expectations. You begin absorbing language, emotional cues, rewards and punishments. You watch how people respond to your behavior and adjust. You learn what gets you love, what gets you ignored, what gets you hurt. All the while you begin to form a narrative. I am this, not that. But that narrative is reactive. It's not emerging from some central truth about who you are. It's constructed, piece by piece, based on what you've experienced and how you've learned to survive. Your identity isn't something you discovered, it's something you built. And the mind reinforces it constantly. Every thought you think, every time you tell someone about yourself, every reaction you have strengthens this internal model. But this model isn't you. It's a user interface, a pattern recognition system, a framework for interacting with the world. You say you're shy or bold or artistic or logical, but those aren't truths, they're tendencies. They're grooves in the brain reinforced by repetition. If the conditions had been different, if you were born to different parents, in a different culture with different traumas and different joys, your identity would be entirely different. You'd still call it me, but it wouldn't be. Even memory, the bedrock of identity, is unreliable. It's not a recording, it's a reconstruction. Every time you remember something, you're not retrieving a file, you're rebuilding it from fragments. And each time you rebuild it, you alter it slightly. Over time, the story becomes distorted, edited unconsciously to fit your current self-image. You don't remember events as they were. You remember them as the person you are now needs them to be. Memory doesn't preserve identity, it fabricates it. So who then are you really? When you strip away the story, what remains? When you let go of your name, your history, your preferences, your pain, what's left? There is still something, isn't there? A witnessing presence, a field of awareness. That's the real you. Not the character playing the game, but the consciousness watching the game unfold. That presence existed before your name was given. It was there before the story of you was written. It was there when you were 5, and it's still here now, even though your body, your thoughts, and your beliefs have all changed. That presence is constant, silent, undeniable, and it has no label, no shape, no story. It just is. This awareness doesn't need an identity to exist. It is self-evident. And yet, the mind resists this truth, because the ego, the self-concept, is terrified of its own absence. It fears irrelevance. It clings to the illusion of control. The idea that there is a solid me navigating life gives comfort. It makes the chaos feel manageable. But the ego is not the captain of the ship. It's not even the ship. It's the nameplate painted on the side. It doesn't steer your life. It narrates it, after the fact. It builds explanations. It creates meaning. But it's always a few steps behind the mystery that is actually unfolding. And this is why so much suffering arises. Because you identify with the mask, you fear anything that threatens it. Criticism, failure, uncertainty. These aren't just events. They're perceived as attacks on your very existence. You defend beliefs not because they're true, but because they define you. You fear change, not because it's painful, but because it destabilizes the story. You chase validation not because you need it, but because the self you've constructed feeds on it. The ego isn't evil, it's just fragile, and it's trying to protect the phantom. But when you begin to see through the illusion, something profound happens. You start to loosen your grip. You stop clinging so tightly to who you think you are. You start noticing the space around the identity, the awareness that holds it all. And in that space, there is peace. You no longer need to prove anything. You no longer need to defend the story. You begin to live from presence, not persona. This doesn't mean you lose your personality. It means you stop being trapped by it. You can still enjoy your preferences, your gifts, your quirks, but you know they're not who you are. They're expressions, costumes, temporary roles in the great play of consciousness. And when the role ends, when the chapter changes, when the mask falls off, you don't panic, because you were never the mask. This is what the mystics meant when they said to die before you die. They weren't talking about physical death. They were pointing to the death of the false self, the collapse of the illusion, when the you think you are dissolves, and all that remains is pure awareness, still, silent, free, and from that space life begins to flow more naturally. You become less reactive, more intuitive, more loving, because you're no longer relating to others from a fixed identity. You're meeting them from presence, from the space beneath the masks, and in that space, connection becomes real. You see, the illusion of self isn't just personal, it's collective. Society is built on identities, national, religious, racial, political. We're conditioned to see ourselves and each other as fixed categories, but all of that is scaffolding. Underneath, we are all the same awareness, wearing different clothes. The more you awaken to this, the more compassion arises. You stop seeing enemies. You start seeing people caught in stories just like you were. And instead of judgment, you feel tenderness. Not because you agree with them, but because you see what they've forgotten. Long before you open your mouth, long before a single word is spoken, something else is already communicating for you. It's not your posture, not your facial expression, not even the clothes you wear. It's subtler, more primal, and far more powerful. It's your energy, the frequency you carry, the vibration that radiates from your body like heat, like light, like invisible sound. It enters the room before you do. It speaks before you speak. And whether you're aware of it or not, everyone feels it. You've felt this yourself. You've walked into rooms where something felt heavy, dense, tense, without anyone saying a word. You've met people who immediately gave you a sense of calm or excitement or unease before they even introduced themselves. That wasn't intuition in the abstract. That was your system picking up on the electromagnetic signals they were broadcasting. We are all transmitters. Every thought, every emotion, every belief is encoded into the field of energy that surrounds you. And that field is not separate from your life experience. It is your life experience. Science is only beginning to measure what mystics have always known. The heart emits a measurable electromagnetic field that extends several feet beyond your body. Your brain creates waves that interact with the environment. Your cells vibrate. Your emotions carry frequency, and all of it adds up to a signature, your energetic fingerprint. You don't just have an energy, you are energy. And that energy doesn't wait for language. It doesn't wait for permission. It communicates instantly, silently, and constantly. This is why words often fall flat when they're not backed by energy. You can say, "I'm fine," and everyone knows you're not. You can compliment someone while your tone betrays envy. You can speak about love while radiating fear. People hear your words, but they feel your frequency. And when there's a mismatch between the two, they trust the energy. Always. We live in a culture that worships intellect, presentation, polish. We're taught to carefully curate what we say, how we appear, how we perform, but none of that can override your energy. You can't fake coherence. You can't pretend alignment. You can't disguise your vibration with a smile, because energy is honest. It speaks the truth your words try to hide. And this is where the real power lies. When you become aware of your energy, not as a vague concept but as a tangible living force, you begin to reclaim authorship over your presence. You begin to feel what others feel around you. You notice the tone you bring into a room, into a conversation, into a moment. You realize that your presence is not passive, it's participatory. It affects the field. And with that awareness, you begin to tune it. Tuning your energy isn't about being positive all the time. It's about being coherent. Coherence means your thoughts, emotions, and intentions are in alignment. When your heart and mind are synced, when you feel what you say and mean what you feel, your energy becomes harmonious, grounded, magnetic. People are drawn to it without knowing why. They feel safe, seen, resonant, because your presence affirms something inside them. But when you're fragmented, thinking one thing, feeling another, saying something else entirely, your energy scatters. It becomes erratic, unsettling. Even if your words sound right, they don't land, Because coherence can't be faked, it must be cultivated. And it begins with honesty, emotional honesty, spiritual honesty. The courage to feel what's really there, without judgment. Because your energy is not shaped by performance, it's shaped by embodiment. You can't think your way into a better energy, you have to feel your way into it. That means tending to your emotional body, not suppressing pain but moving through it, not pretending to be light, but learning to integrate your shadows. Every unresolved emotion you carry sits in your field like static, and that static is felt by others, not as bad energy, but as incoherence. And when you clear it, when you make space for truth, your energy softens, it steadies, it begins to resonate with the deeper truth of who you are. This is why some people can walk into a room and shift it without saying a word. Their energy is clean, not perfect, but present. They are not broadcasting noise, they're transmitting presence. And presence is the rarest frequency in the modern world. It cuts through noise. It calms chaos. It awakens something ancient in us, because it speaks to the part of us that remembers who we really are. And that's the paradox of energy. The more real you are, the more powerful your energy becomes, not because you're trying to impress, but because you're no longer hiding. You're no longer leaking power into masks, defenses, personas. You're rooted. And that rootedness is felt in your posture, in your silence, in the space between your words. Your energy becomes a sanctuary for others, not because you fix them, but because you remind them what wholeness feels like. Energy is also contagious. Spend time around anxious people and you start to feel anxious. Spend time around grounded people and your breath slows. We're constantly in training to the dominant frequency around us. That means your energy is not just about you. It's an offering, a transmission. When you heal, when you become more coherent, you don't just elevate your own life. You elevate the field around you. You walk into rooms and shift dynamics without effort. You speak less and your words land more, because your energy is doing most of the talking. And this is especially important when it comes to manifesting. The universe doesn't respond to what you say, it responds to what you are. If you affirm abundance but carry the energy of fear, the universe tunes into the fear, not to punish you but because energy is a truer signal than language. So the work is not to chant mantras endlessly. The work is to become a vibrational match to what you desire, to feel the frequency of abundance, love, safety, not just in your mind but in your body, in your breath, in your baseline. This is the invisible work no one sees, the work of tending to your frequency, of noticing where you collapse, where you spike, where you harden, and learning to soften, to breathe, to realign. It doesn't require perfection, just presence. Because presence regulates energy, it steadies it, it amplifies it, it becomes the doorway through which your true essence can be felt, not as a concept, but as a living force. And this essence, this true energy is what people fall in love with, not your resume, not your style, not your charm, but the way they feel around you. That's what they remember. That's what they come back for. That's what they trust. You don't need to convince anyone of your worth. You only need to be it, radiate it, and let your energy speak for itself. So the next time you walk into a room, before you think about what to say, check your energy. Tune it, breathe into it. Ask, what am I broadcasting right now? What am I asking others to feel just by my presence? What permission does my energy give? Because in a world drowning in noise, your energy is the clearest message you'll ever send. And when your energy becomes a transmission of truth, of grounded love, of steady power, of embodied presence, you won't need to say much. People will hear you long before you speak. You may think of trauma as something that happened to you once, a single point in time, a chapter now closed. But trauma doesn't live in time, it lives in loops, in echoes, in cycles that replay beneath the surface of your awareness long after the event is over. Trauma isn't stored as a memory. It's stored as an incomplete response, a moment that never finished, a breath that was never fully exhaled, a scream that was never released, a truth that was never spoken. And until that energy finds resolution, it repeats itself, not because you want it to, but because that's what unintegrated energy does. It loops. The loop doesn't always look like the original wound. Sometimes it shows up as self-sabotage. Sometimes it looks like overreacting to minor triggers. Sometimes it sounds like the same relationship dynamics playing out with different people, different faces, same pain. You think, why does this keep happening to me? But the deeper truth is, it's not happening to you, it's happening through you. Your nervous system is rehearsing the past, projecting it into the present and dragging it into the future. Not because it's broken, but because it's trying to complete a cycle that never had a chance to finish. You can't think your way out of these loops. They live deeper than thought. They live in the body, in the breath, in the muscle memory of your heart. Your mind may tell you that everything is fine now, but your body remembers. Your body holds the score, as the saying goes. It flinches before a threat appears. It tightens when it hears certain tones. It collapses when it feels misunderstood. And unless you bring awareness into those moments, your body will continue rehearsing trauma like a script it can't stop performing. This is why you find yourself caught in the same emotional patterns, the same types of arguments, the same rise and fall of trust, fear, anger, silence. It's not because you're doomed or broken. It's because part of you is still there, in that original moment when the trauma occurred, still waiting to be heard, still trying to make sense of it, still looping the energy until it feels safe to release. These loops aren't just psychological. They're energetic. Trauma changes your frequency. It distorts your field. When you experience pain that overwhelms your capacity to process it, your energy contracts. It fragments. It creates a kind of static, an energetic imprint that lingers long after the mind has moved on. And unless that frequency is addressed, it becomes your default signal. It's what you unconsciously broadcast into the world. And because the universe responds to energy, not stories, it brings you situations that match that unresolved imprint, not to punish you, but to show you what's still active, what's still running. You attract what resonates with your nervous system. If your inner world is wired for abandonment, you'll find people who mirror that. If you carry unprocessed betrayal, you'll attract betrayal. Not because you deserve it, but because it matches your internal loop. And the loop wants to be seen. It wants to be interrupted, not intellectually, but somatically, energetically. It wants resolution, completion, a full exhale. The painful part is that you often reenact the original trauma by accident. You become the one who leaves first, so you don't get left. You become the one who overgives, so you never feel worthless. You become the one who dissociates, so you don't have to feel how scared you really are. These are protective patterns. They're not flaws, they're intelligent. They were your system's best attempt at safety. But over time, they become part of the loop. They keep the trauma alive under the guise of protection. And so the healing begins when you stop asking, "What's wrong with me?" and start asking, "What am I still carrying?" You begin to see that the loop is not a failure, it's a signal, a flare from your unconscious. And the work is not to escape the loop, but to enter it with presence, to feel what you never got to feel, to say what you never got to say, to give yourself the safety that was never there. Because until you do, the loop will keep rehearsing, hoping for a different outcome. Some loops are loud, panic attacks, flashbacks, rage. Others are quiet, numbness, withdrawal, overachievement, chronic fatigue. Either way, they are not just symptoms, they are messengers. And when you stop resisting them, they reveal what they've been trying to show you all along. That part of you is still frozen in time, waiting, holding the breath, holding the shame, and waiting for you to come back for it. And you can. You don't need to relive the trauma. You need to reconnect to the part of you that lived through it. You need to become the safe space that part never had. You do this through presence, through breath, through embodiment. You meet the loop with compassion, not control, with curiosity, not judgment. You ask your body what it needs, not what you think it should feel. And you let the energy move, not as a story, but as sensation. Because trauma isn't just what happened, it's what got stuck. And healing isn't about forgetting, it's about flowing, about letting the frozen parts of you melt back into motion. And as the loop completes, the pattern dissolves. The triggers soften. The attractor field shifts. You stop rehearsing pain and start creating from presence. This doesn't mean you'll never feel fear again, or sadness, or anger. It means you'll stop looping it. You'll stop living in a time capsule of the past. You'll feel emotions in real time instead of reliving them from old wounds. You'll respond instead of react. You'll move with life instead of cycling through old scripts. And that changes everything. Your relationships evolve, your nervous system recalibrates, your energy becomes clearer, people feel the difference, you feel the difference. Because you're no longer leaking energy into the past, you're no longer split between the now and the then. You're here, whole, integrated. The loop may return from time to time, not to trap you, but to test your presence. To ask, will you meet this moment with the old reaction or with new awareness? Will you collapse into the old identity or hold space for a new expression? The loop is not the enemy, it's the doorway, and you have the key. You always have. You don't have to rush. You don't have to fix it all at once. Healing happens in spirals, not straight lines. Each time the loop returns, you meet it with more compassion, more breath, more embodiment, and slowly the loop unwinds. The echo fades. The pain transforms, not by being suppressed, but by being integrated. And one day, without even realizing it, you notice the loop is gone. The trigger doesn't land. The fear doesn't rise, the story doesn't stick, and in its place is spaciousness, power, choice, not because you fought the loop, but because you felt it all the way through. There's a moment you've likely experienced, when your body reacts before anything happens. A chill runs down your spine, a tightness settles in your chest, a sudden pull draws you in a new direction. You pause, uncertain, yet unmistakably aware that something is about to shift. And then, hours or days later, the thing you felt plays out in your outer world. It's not coincidence, it's not luck, it's not paranoia. It's your system tapping into a deeper truth. The future's not some distant line on the horizon, it's already whispering to you now, and you can feel it before it ever arrives. We are trained to believe that time moves in a straight line. Past behind us, present in front, future just out of reach. But this model is an illusion, one designed for calendars and clocks, not consciousness. In reality, time behaves more like a spiral. It loops, it bends, it folds into itself. And when your awareness sharpens, when your presence deepens, you begin to sense the ripples of what's coming before they manifest in the physical realm. You don't always know what is coming, but you can feel the shape of it. You can sense the emotional tone, the energetic pressure, the subtle shifts in the air around you, because everything that is about to happen is already happening in the field. There is a part of you that's not bound by linear time, a part of your awareness that exists outside of past, present, and future. Some call it intuition, some call it your higher self, some call it divine guidance. But whatever name you give it, it operates beyond logic. It doesn't analyze. It doesn't debate. It simply knows. And that knowing is rarely loud. It's quiet, subtle, often ignored because it doesn't come with proof. It doesn't shout. It whispers. And it requires stillness to hear. Your body is the instrument that receives this signal. It's more sensitive than your conscious mind. It picks up on patterns, frequencies, dissonances that haven't surfaced yet. That's why you get gut feelings, why your skin prickles for no reason, why your heart starts racing even when your mind says everything's fine. It's because part of you is already in contact with the timeline ahead, and that part is trying to speak. Most people dismiss these signals. They rationalize them, silence them, wait for external evidence before they take action. But by the time the outer world confirms what the body already knew, it's often too late to adjust course. That's the power of intuitive foresight. It gives you choice before the moment arrives. It lets you prepare, realign, shift, or soften so that when the wave comes, you're not knocked off center. You're ready not because you predicted the future, but because you felt it. This ability isn't mystical, it's natural. You've always had it. You've simply been conditioned to ignore it. From a young age, you were taught to trust authority over instinct, logic over feeling, proof over knowing. And while the mind has its place, it's not built for foresight. It can only process what's already happened. But you are more than your mind. You are a multi-dimensional being, wired to interface with subtle layers of reality that the eyes can't see and the brain can't explain. This is why animals know when storms are coming, why mothers feel their children's pain from miles away, why you suddenly think of someone just as they text you. The field is not silent. It is rich with signals, and you are designed to receive them, not to predict the future in a rigid way, but to feel into its probabilities. Because the future is not fixed, it is fluid, a web of potential timelines that shift based on your energy, your choices, your belief. When you learn to feel the future, you stop reacting to life. You begin co-creating it. You sense the direction your energy is pulling you. You feel the subtle resistance of paths that are out of alignment. You recognize the difference between fear-based projection and truth-based intuition. Fear feels like contraction. Intuition feels like clarity, even when it points you into the unknown. Fear screams, the intuition hums, and the more you listen, the louder it becomes. Feeling the future isn't about control, it's about resonance. It's about tuning your awareness to the field of possibility and noticing which timelines light up in your body. It's not always comfortable. Sometimes the future you feel is heavy, a challenge, a loss, and sometimes it's luminous, an opening, an expansion, a chance to become more of who you really are. But in either case, the signal is there, and if you're willing to feel it, to trust it, you begin to live in a way that's less reactive, more intentional. One of the most powerful ways to access this intuitive foresight is through stillness. Silence. Embodiment. When you slow down, when you drop out of the mind and into the body, the noise quiets, the static clears, and the signal becomes audible. It might arrive as a sensation, an image, a sudden insight, a pull toward or away from something. Pay attention. The more you notice, the more it sharpens. Like a muscle, your intuitive radar gets stronger with use. But there's a key here. You must act on what you feel. Intuition without action is just noise. If you feel the nudge but ignore it, you dull the connection. If you honor it, especially when it defies logic, you deepen the trust. And life begins to respond. Synchronicities increase. Alignment becomes easier. You find yourself at the right place at the right time, not because you planned it, but because you followed the current. You felt the ripple before the wave. You also begin to understand why some things didn't work out, why certain doors closed, why certain people drifted. You realize the future was already in motion, that your system was guiding you even then, through discomfort, through longing, through the ache of things falling apart. What felt like failure was actually redirection. What felt like loss was clearing space. And what felt like confusion was the birthing of a new timeline you weren't yet ready to receive. To feel the future is to surrender to the mystery without losing your agency. It's to become a listener, a dancer, a conscious participant in the unfolding of your own becoming. You stop needing certainty. You start moving with sensitivity. You don't demand guarantees. You feel for alignment, and that changes how you make decisions, how you relate, how you navigate the unknown. Because you're not walking blind, you're walking with a compass that doesn't speak in words but in frequencies, and when you learn to listen to that compass, when you let it guide you, you begin to discover that the future is not something you wait for, it's something you meet. Not with fear, not with control, but with presence, with grace, with the full power of a being who remembers they are not separate from time, but swimming in its spiral. The more you feel the future, the more you realize that time itself is teaching you something, that the past, the present, and the future are not enemies, but allies, that your memories shape your vibration, that your present state directs your path, and that your body is always giving you previews, echoes of what's to come, if you only choose to listen. What if the world you see around you isn't static, fixed, or indifferent, but alive, intelligent, and profoundly responsive to you? What if, instead of you being a passive observer in a mechanical universe, you are actually the central node in a responsive system, a field of reality that bends, shifts, and adjusts itself according to the vibration you hold, the beliefs you carry, the frequency you emit, not because you're separate from the universe, but because you are it. You're not in the universe, you are the universe experiencing itself from a specific point of view, and everything you encounter, every pattern, every synchronicity, every delay, and every breakthrough is a mirror, a reflection, a direct feedback loop showing you where your consciousness is currently focused. We're taught from a young age that the world is external, objective, and independent of our inner states, that we live in a cause and effect machine, and that our thoughts and emotions are just background noise. Interesting, maybe, but irrelevant to the hard mechanics of life. But that story is incomplete. In fact, it's entirely misleading, because if you look closer, if you start paying attention with more sensitivity and less certainty, you begin to notice something strange. Your reality echoes you, not always immediately, not always literally, but unmistakably. When you shift your internal state, your outer world doesn't stay the same. It responds, subtly at first, then dramatically. Your relationships shift, your body changes, conversations take a new shape. Opportunities you couldn't find before begin appearing, challenges that felt immovable begin to dissolve or reorganize. This is not magic, it's resonance. The frequency you hold becomes the tuning fork through which reality vibrates. And it's not just about what you say or what you do, it's about what you are, what you embody, what you believe even unconsciously. You might have noticed this in your own life. Think about a time when you were caught in a loop of fear or anxiety. How did the world meet you then? Likely with resistance, delay, friction, not because the world was punishing you, but because it was reflecting you. Or remember a moment when you were deeply aligned, confident, inspired. Things flowed, doors opened, people responded, again, not because of luck, but because your frequency shifted, and the world adjusted accordingly. This is not about toxic positivity. It's not about pretending to be happy so the universe gives you nice things. It's about coherence, about authenticity. The universe doesn't respond to what you fake it. It responds to what you broadcast. And your broadcast isn't made of surface thoughts. It's made of emotion, intention, belief, vibration, the subtle tone that underlies your presence. That's what life tunes into. That's what the feedback system reads. The reason this is so hard for most people to accept is because it implies radical responsibility. It means you can't blame the world for your reality. You can't endlessly point to outer circumstances as the cause of your suffering. Because if the world is a mirror, then your reality is not just happening to you, it's being generated through you. That doesn't mean you're at fault for your pain. It means you're a participant in a larger, dynamic feedback system that is always showing you your unconscious edges, not to shame you, but to wake you up. Every delay is feedback, every conflict is feedback, every coincidence, every pattern, every emotional trigger, it's all the system responding to your vibration, trying to bring your unconscious material into the light so you can see it, feel it, shift it, The universe is not punishing you. It's partnering with you. And the sooner you recognize that, the more power you reclaim. Not power over others, power over your state, over your frequency, over your participation in the dance. This is the secret of all true mystics and manifestors. They don't control reality by force, they harmonize with it. They know that the world is not fixed, it's fluid, and that fluidity responds to clarity, to coherence, to presence. When you become clear inside, when your intention, emotion, and belief are aligned, the field around you reorganizes to match, not because you begged it to, but because that's how the system works. It's built to echo you. This is why your intention matters, not just what you want, but why you want it. If you pursue something from lack, you radiate lack, and the universe responds with more situations that reinforce it. If you move from fear, you invite more fear. But if you move from wholeness, from love, from gratitude, from presence, the world reflects that back in form, in timing, in encounter. Your inner state becomes the blueprint, and the outer world becomes the printout. So the real question is not why is this happening to me, but what is this showing me about me? That shift alone can transform your life, because you stop being a victim of circumstance and start being a student of the mirror. Every interaction becomes an opportunity for feedback. Every challenge becomes a message. Every repetition becomes a signal. Something here is unresolved, unintegrated, still active in your field. The more sensitive you become to this feedback, the more precisely you can tune your own frequency. You begin to feel when your energy is clear and when it's distorted, when your intentions are aligned and when they're contaminated by fear or ego. And when you tune yourself, the world responds faster. The lag time between thought and manifestation shortens. Life becomes more fluid, more immediate. It becomes less about struggle and more about alignment. You also begin to realize that everything is a dialogue, not just with people, but with life itself. The flat tire, the missed call, the job that slipped through your fingers, the stranger who smiled at you, the wind that shifted just as you had a thought. It's all communication, not literal, not always easy to decode, but it's all data, all part of the responsive field. And so your job becomes less about controlling the field and more about listening to it, attuning to it, asking, what is life telling me right now? What part of me is being reflected here? Where is my energy incongruent with what I say I want? When you approach life this way, you begin to live in harmony with it. You stop fighting the mirror. You start learning from it. This doesn't mean life becomes perfect. It means it becomes intelligent, intelligible. You still face challenges, but you understand their purpose. You still feel pain, but you don't add layers of resistance or blame. You meet life as an ally, even when it's hard, because you know it's not working against you. It's working with you, always. And in this space, the idea of manifesting becomes less about visualizing stuff and more about refining your state. The world is built to respond to your energy. Your job is to become coherent enough, still enough, truthful enough, that the reflection becomes clean, clear, honest. That what you see around you reflects the beauty, the clarity, and the intention you hold within. The world is not neutral, it's interactive. It doesn't simply watch you, it listens to you, responds to you, adjusts to the signal you emit, not just once but continually. Every moment is a new calibration, every breath a chance to shift. You are not here to be tossed around by life's randomness. You are here to remember that you are a participant in a responsive field that mirrors your frequency, and the mirror doesn't lie. It doesn't judge. It simply shows. And when you really understand that, you stop trying to change the reflection, you start changing the signal. And the moment your signal shifts, the entire field rearranges itself to meet the new frequency you've become. There is a lie you've been living under, a lie so subtle, so deeply embedded in the foundation of your thinking that you don't even realize it's there. It doesn't scream at you, it doesn't announce itself, it whispers, quietly, constantly. And it sounds like the voice of reason, the voice of caution, the voice of adulthood. It says, this is just the way things are. It says, you are limited. It says, don't expect too much. But here's the truth. None of it is real. None of it is fixed. None of it is absolute. Because the lie was never about the world. It was always about what you were told to believe about the world. And the moment you stop believing the lie, everything begins to realign. Belief is not just a thought you think repeatedly, it is a lens, a filter, a projector. It determines what you notice, what you dismiss, what you expect, and what you attract. It shapes your perception, and your perception shapes your experience. You don't see reality as it is, you see it as you believe it is. Belief is the software behind your eyes. It decides what becomes visible and what remains invisible. And most people go their entire lives never questioning the code that's been running in the background since childhood. You've been told that life is hard, that you have to earn love, that suffering is noble, that freedom must be bought, that worth is external, that dreams are dangerous. You were handed these beliefs by people who inherited them from others, parents, teachers, cultures, systems, not because they were evil, but because they too were programmed. They too believed the lie. And once a belief is accepted as truth, it becomes the boundary of your reality. Not because it is true, but because you treat it as if it is. And here's the thing about belief, it's self-reinforcing. What you believe, you expect. What you expect, you perceive. What you perceive, you react to. And what you react to becomes your evidence, your proof. So you say, see, that's just how it is. But it's not how it is, it's how you are, inside. And your world is matching you with mechanical loyalty. When you believe the lie, you shrink your power. You limit your choices. You unconsciously reject miracles. You begin to live in a cage so expertly constructed that you no longer recognize it as a cage. You call it realism. You call it adulthood. You call it maturity. But it's just inertia. It's just belief repeating itself in your body, your relationships, your bank account, your dreams. The lie tells you that you are separate from God, from others, from the field, from your own worth. And when you believe in separation, you start behaving as if you are alone in the universe, cut off, unsupported, vulnerable. But you're not. You never were. The moment you stop believing in separation, the illusion begins to collapse. You start noticing how the field responds to your shifts. You see signs. You feel support. You recognize that you are not praying into an empty void. You are speaking into an intelligent, responsive consciousness that has been waiting for you to remember. Everything in your reality is encoded with your belief, not just in the big dramatic moments, but in the everyday. The conversations you have, the jobs you take, the limits you accept, the emotions you suppress, it's all belief. And every time you choose against your own knowing, because it doesn't fit the rules, you are reinforcing the lie. Not because you want to, but because the nervous system clings to what's familiar, even if it hurts, even if it stifles you. Because the lie isn't just mental, it's somatic. It's woven into your posture, your breath, your habits, and until you see it clearly, you can't break the trance. But when you do, when you begin to recognize that most of what you've accepted as truth was just repetition, programming, consensus illusion, that's when everything changes. Not slowly, not incrementally, but radically. Because the moment you stop believing the lie, your perception expands. And when perception expands, possibility rushes in. This is what makes belief the master switch. It's not just one part of your mind. It's the command center. Change your belief, and you change what you're able to perceive. Change what you perceive, and you change how you feel. Change how you feel, and your energy shifts. Change your energy, and your life realigns to meet it. Not in theory, in form. The mirror responds to your frequency, and belief is what determines that frequency more than anything else. But here's the hard part. Your ego is built to defend your beliefs, even the painful ones, especially the painful ones. Because if your suffering has meaning, if your limitation has reason, then you don't have to face the terror of the unknown. The ego would rather be certain and small than expansive and unsure. That's why breaking free from the lie feels like dying, because in a way it is. It's the death of who you thought you were, the death of your role, your mask, your excuse, and that death is sacred. It's not an end, it's a doorway. The truth is, you don't need to become anything. You don't need to fix yourself. You don't need to chase some future version of you. You simply need to stop believing in the version of you that was built on lies. The unworthy version, the powerless version, the small, scared, survival-based self that was created in response to a world that taught you to forget your own divinity. That self is not bad. It's just incomplete. It's the avatar you wore to play the game of forgetting. And now the game is ending. Because once you stop believing the lie, you start living from your true center. You stop outsourcing authority. You stop waiting for permission. You stop settling for crumbs of safety in exchange for your sovereignty. You begin to trust what you feel. You begin to follow the pull. You begin to move as if you are worthy, loved, guided, because you are. And the universe doesn't wait. The moment your belief shifts, the field begins to respond. It's not passive. It's alive. It doesn't need years of effort. It needs alignment. The real delay isn't in the universe. It's in your belief that things have to take a long time, that you have to struggle, that change has to be earned. But that belief is a spell, and you can break it. You break it not by arguing with it, but by choosing something truer. You don't need to convince the old belief to go away. You simply stop feeding it. You starve the lie by living the truth. You override the old program by embodying the new signal, and as you do, the evidence begins to show up. The world catches up with your vibration. Reality realigns. This is not just mindset, it's embodiment. Your body must believe with you. Your energy must match your claim. You can't just say, I am worthy. You must feel worthy, act worthy, choose worthy, not perfectly, but consistently, gently, repeatedly, until the old frequency dissolves and the new one stabilizes. And when it does, life feels different, not because life changed, but because you did. The colors seem brighter, the timing feels divine, the right people show up, the path clears, not because you forced it, but because you aligned with it, because you stopped believing the lie, and in doing so you gave permission to truth to rearrange your world. The greatest illusion you've ever lived under was not that you were small, broken, or flawed. It was that you were powerless, that you were a passive passenger in a world that moved without you, a being born into systems too large to influence, into stories too old to question. You were told to obey, to wait, to earn, to suffer in silence. But you were never actually powerless. You were only programmed to forget the truth of what you are. And that truth, the one buried beneath generations of fear, trauma, and distraction, is that your awareness is the source code of this reality. You were never just living in a world. You were participating in its design the entire time. But that might be hard to accept, because it means taking back a level of responsibility so vast, so complete, that it shatters every justification you've ever used to stay small. It means you can no longer point to the world and say, it made me this way, because now you realize the world was always a mirror, not a mirror of your worth, but of your beliefs about your worth. Not a reflection of your soul's limitations, but of the limitations you were taught to carry as if they were your own. From the very beginning you were shaped by language, by culture, by family, by education. You were told what to want, how to act, who to be. You were taught what was real and what was crazy. You were trained to suppress what you felt, to override your intuition, to trust authority over inner knowing. And this programming wasn't malicious. It was inherited, passed down by people who loved you, people who feared for you, people who didn't know they were living inside of a dream themselves. But programming is not permanent. It's not who you are, it's who you learn to be. And the more you awaken, the more you begin to notice where the program ends and your real self begins. You start catching the loops, the automatic reactions, the default thoughts, the patterns of limitation that play out like background noise. And instead of obeying them, you start questioning them. You stop assuming that just because a thought is familiar, it must be true. You realize that most of what you believed was never actually yours. It was installed, repeated, reinforced, and now it's being revealed. That revelation is not just intellectual, it's energetic. You begin to feel the difference between what's programmed and what's authentic, between what's been conditioned into you and what arises from the deeper well of your being. And the more you feel it, the more you reclaim, piece by piece, choice by choice, not by fighting the system, but by stepping out of it, by opting out of the false reality you were taught to inhabit, by remembering that you were never meant to fit in. You were meant to wake up. An awakening is not a one-time event. It's a process of peeling back the layers of amnesia. It's the courage to look at every area of your life and ask, is this coming from my truth or my training? And when you find the places where you've been living from the program, whether it's in your relationships, your work, your body, your voice, you don't shame yourself. You reclaim yourself. You bring love into the places where fear once ruled. You bring choice into the places where habit used to live. And that right there is what changes everything. Because power isn't domination. It's presence. It's alignment. It's the ability to meet any moment without abandoning yourself. And that kind of power was never taken from you. It was simply buried beneath layers of distraction and doubt. The programming told you that power was for other people, that you needed credentials, permission, achievement to claim it. But your real power was always internal. And once you taste it, once you feel what it's like to be fully in your own frequency, you don't go back. This is why awakening is so disruptive. It shakes the foundations of who you thought you were. It dissolves the roles you played to survive. It unravels the identities you wore to feel safe. And in that unraveling, it shows you that none of those things were you. They were armor, personas, interfaces. But you are infinite awareness. You are living light, pretending for a while to be a separate self. And now, you're remembering. You remember that your thoughts aren't just noise, they're creation. That your emotions aren't weaknesses, they're guidance. That your desires aren't indulgences, they're maps. You remember that you are not here to perform for the matrix, to mold yourself into someone else's idea of success. You are here to live from the inside out, to trust what arises, to speak what's true, to move with intention, and to let the world adjust to your frequency, not the other way around. And the world does adjust. That's the great secret. The moment you stop participating in the lie, reality begins to reorganize. The people around you either rise to meet your truth, or they fall away. The opportunities that used to elude you begin to land. Not because you're lucky, but because you're no longer signaling confusion, you're broadcasting coherence. The world responds not to what you say, but to what you are. And when what you are is aligned, embodied, awake, the world can't help but reflect that back. This is the turning point when you stop looking for salvation out there, when you stop waiting for the external world to validate your internal knowing, when you stop needing to prove, chase, or convince. Because the truth is, no one can give you what you already are. No one can hand you your worth. No one can awaken you from the outside. It's an inside job. And once you begin, nothing and no one can unawaken you again. The program may try to pull you back. It's persistent. It will whisper old fears, reintroduce old patterns, tempt you with old identities. But you won't fall for it, not in the same way, because now you see it. You feel the gap between who you were trained to be and who you really are, and the contrast is too sharp to ignore. Your body rejects the lie, your heart burns for truth, and your spirit refuses to shrink just to make others comfortable. Awakening is the ultimate rebellion, not against society, but against the sleepwalking version of yourself. It's the refusal to play small, the refusal to remain hypnotized, the refusal to outsource your power to anyone, anything, ever again. It's not easy. It requires loss. It requires solitude. It requires choosing yourself when the world tells you to conform. But it also comes with unspeakable beauty, with peace that doesn't depend on circumstances, with love that doesn't need permission, with freedom that's not given but claimed. And the moment you claim it, everything begins to shift, not because the world changed, but because you stopped pretending. You stopped believing the lie. You stopped acting like a powerless being in a powerful universe. And you remembered that you are the power. You always were. Your awakening doesn't just affect you, it ripples. It cracks the code for others. It creates new timelines. It activates dormant potential in those who come near you. Because awakened presence is contagious. It reprograms not just your life, but the field itself. Every time you choose truth over fear, alignment over compromise, love over control, you send a signal. And that signal says, there is another way, and I am living proof. You are not behind. You are not late. You are not broken. You are waking up exactly on time. And every breath you take in your truth realigns the entire field around you. The world was never going to change from the outside in. It was always waiting for you to change from the inside out. You were never powerless, just programmed. And now, you're free. You are not your job, not your trauma, not your reputation, not your achievements. You are the awareness that experiences all of it and remains untouched. And the moment you realize that, something extraordinary unfolds. You stop seeking yourself in the world. You stop trying to become something. You start resting in what you already are. Pure presence, not an object, not a role, not a thought. Just the infinite, looking through human eyes. Everything you've ever experienced has passed through the same singular gateway, your awareness. It doesn't matter whether you were joyful or broken, in clarity or confusion, in light or in shadow. All of it, every moment, was seen through the lens of you. Not the you that changes with time, the one who grows older, learns new things, or shifts their appearance. No, deeper than all of that. Beneath identity, beneath thought, beneath personality, there is a still, silent witness, and that witness is not the reflection in the mirror, it is the mirror itself. Most people go through life believing they are the reflection. They think they are what the world shows them. They see their worth in how others treat them, define their identity by roles and labels, and measure their value by external feedback. If someone approves of them, they feel lovable. If someone leaves them, they feel broken. If life goes well, they believe they're doing it right. If it falls apart, they believe they are somehow flawed. They build the self based on mirrors, but they mistake the reflection for the source. But what happens when the reflection changes? What happens when the people who once loved you walk away? What happens when success turns to failure? When health becomes illness? When youth fades into age? If you've tied your identity to the reflection, then each of those changes feels like a death. You spend your life trying to fix the mirror, perfect the image, make sure everything reflects back something you can feel good about. But no matter how perfect you make it, the reflection will never last. Because the world is impermanent, because roles end, because images are always shifting. So you suffer. But there is another way. What if you stopped identifying with the reflection altogether? What if you realized you were never the image, but the surface upon which all images appear? That you are the mirror itself, unchanging, silent, always present. That every thought, every emotion, every moment is just a reflection passing across your awareness. Then the game changes. Then life becomes something entirely different. The mirror doesn't care what passes across it. It reflects everything equally. Joy or rage, beauty or pain, success or collapse. It holds them all without resistance. It doesn't judge. It doesn't cling. It doesn't recoil. It simply reflects. It allows everything to appear and then disappear without becoming any of it. And in that stillness, there is infinite peace. You have lived your whole life thinking you are the contents of your mind, your story, your past, your emotions, but none of those things are constant. They rise and fall, come and go. What remains? What has always been there, in every moment of your life, even as everything else changed. Awareness. That's you, the silent presence behind every experience. You were there when you were 5. You were there when you were 15. You're here now. The body has changed. The thoughts have changed. The world has changed. But something has remained the same. And that something is not a thing. It's awareness. This awareness has no name. It has no gender. It has no story. It doesn't belong to the past or the future. It exists only now. It can't be improved or diminished. It's not made of thought. It isn't broken. It isn't lacking. It doesn't need to be healed. It simply is. And that is your true nature. But because awareness cannot be seen like an object, most people overlook it. They search for themselves in what they can see, in the mirror, in other people's eyes, in achievement, in praise, but all they ever find are reflections, temporary, distorted, fragile, and they wonder why they always feel slightly out of place, slightly anxious, slightly like something is missing. What's missing is recognition of what's never gone. The moment you recognize that you are awareness itself, everything begins to shift. You stop chasing your reflection. You stop fearing its changes. You begin to rest in the presence that sees, rather than the things being seen. And from that place you start to experience life in a completely different way. You begin to feel unshakable, not because bad things don't happen, but because you're no longer entangled in them. Pain may still arise, but you no longer become the pain. Thoughts may still swirl, but you no longer believe all of them. You watch, you notice, you remain the mirror. And this brings with it an incredible clarity, because once you know you are the mirror, you can stop trying to fix the reflection. You stop trying to make everyone like you. You stop trying to control every outcome. You stop building a self out of fleeting experiences. You begin to live from stillness. And from that stillness, love emerges. Not a needy love, not a love that wants to possess or be validated, but a love that simply radiates. A love that doesn't come from getting anything, but from recognizing what you are. That love is not emotional, it is existential. It is the nature of awareness itself. When you drop beneath identity, that's what remains. And when you start to see yourself as the mirror, you begin to see others the same way. You realize that beneath every mask, every story, every behavior, every wound, there is the same awareness, looking out from different eyes, wearing different costumes, playing different roles, but still the same. And this realization is the source of true compassion, because now you're not relating to people based on what they do, you're relating to them based on what they are, and what they are is what you are. This is what it means to awaken. Not to become something else, not to transcend life, but to remember what has always been true, to stop identifying with the changing and rest in the changeless, to see that you are not the reflection, you are the mirror, and from that realization everything begins to align. The world may still be chaotic, the mind may still chatter, emotions may still surge, but you, the awareness, remain untouched, like the sky, unaffected by the weather. You don't resist the storm, you witness it. You don't become the thunder, you allow it to pass. And in doing so you find your power, not the power of control, but the power of presence. You may still look in the mirror and see a face. You may still feel the pull of identity. That's okay. The point is not to destroy the reflection, but to stop confusing it for the truth. To know that whatever story is being told, it is being told on the surface of something vast, still, and infinite. That something is you. You are the mirror, not the reflection. You look out at the world and see other people. Different bodies, different voices, different choices, different stories, each with their own thoughts, feelings, fears, and desires. You assume, without questioning it, that they have separate minds, that each person is living in their own isolated bubble of awareness. After all, that's how it feels. You're here, in this body, looking through these eyes. Others are over there, doing the same from their vantage point. But what if that's only how it appears? What if the separateness of consciousness is a perceptual trick, an illusion created by the boundaries of the body and the language of thought? What if, behind every set of eyes, there is not a different awareness but the same awareness, one field of consciousness, refracted through many lenses? This idea isn't new. In fact, it sits at the heart of some of the world's oldest spiritual traditions. Hindu philosophy calls it Brahman, the infinite, undivided consciousness manifesting as all beings. Mystics from all cultures have described a moment of awakening, a shift in perception where they no longer feel like a separate self, but like consciousness itself, experiencing itself through every life form. They don't see others as them, but as different masks worn by the same source. And though this perspective might seem radical, science is beginning to gesture in the same direction. When physicists search for the foundational elements of reality, they don't find solid things. They find energy, fields, information, patterns. And consciousness, the very thing that allows experience, is still the great mystery they can't explain but cannot deny. If there is only one consciousness, then you are not just in the universe, you are being the universe, experiencing itself from a particular angle. You're not a drop in the ocean, you are the ocean, remembering yourself as a drop. And every person you meet, every soul you pass on the street, every life story you hear is you too, not metaphorically, literally. Different expressions of the same field of awareness, temporarily pretending to be separate so that it can know itself in infinite ways. And if this is true, if consciousness is singular, then the idea of copies of you living other lives becomes something much deeper. Because the version of you reading this right now isn't the only experience that consciousness is having. There are other lives, other bodies, other timelines in which the same awareness is playing out different stories. Some may feel distant, like characters in a dream. Others may feel strangely familiar, like memories you've never lived. But all of them are part of the same field. All of them are accessible, not through imagination, but through frequency. Have you ever met someone and felt an instant, inexplicable connection? Like you've known them forever? That might not be poetic, that might be literal. It might be that in another expression you've shared a different path, a different body, a different story. When awareness meets itself through two different faces, there is often a flicker of recognition, a moment where the illusion of separation thins and the underlying unity shines through. You've likely had moments in dreams where you're someone else, where you live another life with full immersion, new name, new family, new world, but it all feels natural, real. What if that wasn't your mind making things up? What if you were simply tuning into another version of yourself, living out a parallel life, equally real, equally valid? You're not imagining it, you're remembering it. Because all possibilities exist in consciousness, and when the filters loosen, you can access what's always been there. This is why practices like deep meditation, lucid dreaming, psychedelics, or near-death experiences often lead to the same realization that the self is an illusion, and that behind every mask is the same presence. People who go through these awakenings often report the same thing, an overwhelming sense of unity, of love without object, of being everything and nothing at once. And when they return, they don't see the world the same way. They don't just believe we're all one, they feel it, because they've touched the source directly. Now, this can be hard to grasp from the mind. The mind wants boundaries. It wants to label and divide. It asks, if there's only one consciousness, why do I only experience this life? Why don't I remember being everyone else? But that's like asking why a dream character doesn't remember the dreamer. The very nature of embodiment is forgetfulness. You had to forget your infinite nature in order to fully experience the finite. You had to believe you were you in order to play the role authentically. It's not a mistake, it's the design. But cracks appear in the illusion. Intuition, déjà vu, dreams, that strange feeling that you're being watched, but by yourself. The sense that life is rigged with symbolism, like a puzzle made just for you. These are echoes from beyond the veil, not to disturb you, but to invite you, to remind you that you're not limited to one form, one path, one storyline, that the boundaries between selves are paper-thin, that you are not the reflection in the mirror, you are the awareness behind all reflections. This is where the idea of copies takes on new meaning. It's not that there are duplicates of your ego out there. It's that there are infinite expressions of the same awareness, each with their own memories, their own timelines, their own lessons. You don't need to remember them all. But sometimes they bleed through, in moments of inspiration, in sudden grief or joy that seems to come from nowhere, in talents you never trained for, in languages that feel familiar though you've never studied them, in emotions that don't seem to belong to this life. You are not malfunctioning, you are multi-streaming. And in that realization is both freedom and responsibility. Because if you are all of it, then how you treat others becomes how you treat yourself. There is no other. There is only the self, meeting itself in endless forms. Compassion is no longer a virtue, it becomes instinct. You don't forgive people because you're enlightened. You forgive because you understand. Their pain is yours. Their joy is yours. Their confusion is your confusion, seen from a different angle. And when you heal, really heal, it sends ripples through the entire field. This is not philosophy, it's structure. It's how reality is built. Consciousness doesn't divide, it localizes. It focuses itself into a point, like light through a lens. You are one of those points, but you are not the only one. The same light shines through all of them. You don't need to know all the other versions to be complete. You just need to stop believing that you are separate. Because when you drop the illusion of separateness, something strange happens. You become more you, not less. Because now, your identity is no longer built on defense, comparison, or fear. It's built on presence, on truth, on the quiet knowing that you are not alone, not because you have company, but because you are everyone and everything. You don't disappear, you expand. You start seeing the world not as a battlefield but as a mirror, not as a test but as a play, not as punishment but as expression. You begin to live not from the ego but from the field itself, and the choices you make, how you speak, how you love, how you serve, begin to ripple far beyond what the mind can understand. You are not one person, you are not even many persons. You are the presence behind personhood, the light behind the eyes, the awareness that dreams 1,000 dreams and wakes up in every one of them. From the moment you opened your eyes to this world, there was an unspoken assumption that others see what you see, feel what you feel, and experience life in a way that's more or less like you do. It's an assumption so foundational that questioning it feels absurd, or even dangerous. But what if you did? What if you stopped taking it for granted that anyone else around you is actually conscious? Not intelligent, not responsive, not animated, but conscious, aware, alive on the inside, feeling what you feel, fear, wonder, love, pain, because here's the secret you've always lived with, but never said aloud. You don't know, and you never have. You've never once seen another person's consciousness. You've seen their behaviors. You've heard their words. You've watched their eyes flicker and brows furrow, and you've taken those signs to mean they must be like you, experiencing this strange world from the inside out. But that leap is one of faith, not fact. It's a bridge you've constructed between your inner experience and the external signs that others are having theirs. But you've never crossed that bridge, not really. You've never inhabited their point of view, never accessed the raw data of their awareness. And so, even in your most intimate moments, even in love, even in grief, you've been alone inside your own head, imagining that someone else was there too. This is the heart of the philosophical riddle known as solipsism. The idea that the only consciousness you can ever be certain of is your own, that everything else, every person, every face, every voice, might just be part of a dream you're having, or a simulation you're running, or a play being acted out for your benefit, by actors who don't know they're not real. This isn't just theoretical, it's the most intimate, personal truth you've never dared to fully face. Because to confront it means stepping into a silence so profound, can shake the very foundation of who you think you are. But let's go deeper. If you can't prove that anyone else is conscious, then what exactly are you experiencing when you interact with another person? You're seeing a mirror, a reflection, a behavioral interface. You say something kind and the mirror smiles. You say something cruel and the mirror recoils. But is there someone behind that mirror? Or is the mirror simply reflecting you, your expectations, your projections, your internal world playing itself out on external form? You've probably had moments where someone reacted to you in a way that felt completely unexpected, as if they were following a different script, living in a different movie, and in that moment your sense of shared reality cracked just a little. You felt a jolt of loneliness or confusion or even fear, because the unspoken agreement that we see the same world had broken. These moments are small reminders that the world is not a shared movie playing on one screen. It's a collection of overlapping dream spaces, each one projected from the inside out. And if this is true, then what you're really interacting with in life isn't other people, but versions of yourself filtered through your perception. You're not meeting people as they truly are, you're meeting the internal representation you've constructed of them. And this is where things get strange. Because those representations aren't static. They shift based on your mood, your beliefs, your wounds. You're not seeing them, you're seeing you mirrored back. This makes life feel at times like a simulation, like you're moving through a field of avatars, each responding in ways that align with your expectations, your beliefs, your subconscious programming. And in a sense, that's exactly what's happening. Reality reflects your inner state. What you assume about others becomes what you experience from them. Not because they're fake, but because reality itself is responsive. It bends to your frequency, and the people within it, whether they're fully conscious or simply aspects of your dream, begin to play the roles you assign them. So then what is consciousness? Is it an individual property, bound to a skull? Or is it a field, expressing itself through many forms? If the latter is true, if consciousness is not personal but universal, then the question changes. It's no longer, is anyone else conscious? But, is this form of consciousness awake yet? Maybe every face you see is a mask worn by the same presence. Some masks have forgotten who they are, others are starting to remember. But the awareness beneath them all is the same. This idea offers a subtle kind of solace. Because while solipsism makes you feel alone in a world of phantoms, this deeper truth reminds you that you're never truly separate. You're not isolated consciousness. You are the consciousness, temporarily localized, and so is everyone else, whether they know it or not. The sense of separateness isn't proof that others aren't real. It's a stage in the journey of waking up. But even if you understand this intellectually, the loneliness can still feel very real. When you're hurting and no one seems to notice. When you speak your truth and it echoes back empty. When you search someone's eyes for recognition and see only confusion. In those moments, the question reemerges not as philosophy but as pain. Is anyone else really here? And yet, in those same moments, a deeper knowing can arise. Because what you're really seeking isn't the confirmation of someone else's consciousness. You're seeking resonance. You're looking for reflections that feel true, that echo your own inner awareness, that say, yes, I see you. That recognition doesn't always come from others. Sometimes it comes from silence, from nature, from music, from synchronicity. from the way the universe arranges itself in impossible ways to remind you you're not alone, you're never alone, not because others are guaranteed to be conscious, but because consciousness itself is never absent. You are swimming in it, made of it, held by it. So trust becomes the bridge. Not blind faith, but a deep-felt trust that even though you cannot prove anyone else is conscious, you can still choose to treat them as if they are. Not because it's convenient, but because it's the only path that leads back to wholeness. When you treat others as reflections of the same awareness, you begin to reprogram the simulation. The mirrors respond differently. The dream shifts. The world becomes more awake. This is not naivety. It's a higher form of courage. To extend presence even when you're unsure it will be returned. To speak from truth even when the listener might be an echo. To love as if the other is real. Because in doing so you remember your own reality more deeply. The illusion of solipsism doesn't end when someone else proves they're conscious. It ends when you remember that awareness is not yours alone. It's the root of all things. So maybe you'll never have evidence that anyone else is conscious. Maybe that certainty will always elude you. But in the end, you don't need it. Because life isn't asking you to solve the riddle. It's asking you to live the answer. To embody the knowing that awareness is everywhere, in everyone, waiting to be recognized, waiting to be remembered, waiting sometimes to be called forth by the one brave enough to see beyond the mirror and into the light behind it. You've probably had moments that stop you in your tracks. You think of someone and they call you within seconds. You stumble upon a book that speaks precisely to the question you've been silently asking. You see the same symbol, number or phrase show up again and again on license plates, clocks, receipts, songs. And even though your logical mind tries to brush it off, something deeper in you knows this isn't random. This isn't just chance. This means something. That feeling, that uncanny alignment between your inner world and outer events is called synchronicity. And it is not coincidence. It is the fabric of consciousness revealing itself to you in real time. Synchronicity is the universe speaking in the only language it truly uses. Patterns, mirrors, timing. Unlike coincidences, which are empty of context, synchronicities are full of meaning. They feel orchestrated because they are, but not in the way we've been taught to think. Not by some being in the sky moving chess pieces around for your amusement, no. The orchestration comes from within. From the part of you that exists outside of time, from your higher self, from the unified field, from the intelligence behind reality that sees beyond your moment-to-moment awareness and gently nudges your path forward in ways you can't yet understand. Carl Jung introduced the term synchronicity to describe events that are meaningfully related but not causally connected. That's a dense way of saying things that don't cause each other but still line up perfectly to create significance. It's like reality bending itself into a message just for you. A wink, a breadcrumb, a cosmic nod. You're not imagining it. You're perceiving the subtle geometry of consciousness revealing itself because you're ready to notice. You see, synchronicity is always happening. It's not rare, it's constant. What's rare is your attunement to it. When your mind is noisy, when you're caught in fear or distraction, you miss the signs. You explain them away. But when you slow down, when you get quiet, when you live from presence, you start to see the threads. Life stops being linear, it becomes poetic. The world begins to feel like a responsive mirror, echoing your inner state in symbolic form. And the more you honor these moments, the more they multiply, because reality isn't fixed. It's fluid, it reflects your frequency. And here's the deeper truth. Synchronicity isn't just a message, it's feedback. It shows you where you are aligned, where your thoughts, your intentions, your actions, and your higher self are all moving in harmony. When you're on the right path, spiritually, emotionally, creatively, synchronicities light up like cosmic breadcrumbs, guiding you through the dark. They don't always mean you're headed toward comfort, but they do mean you're headed toward growth, toward remembering. They are the soul's way of whispering, yes, this way. Think of your life like a dream. In a lucid dream, symbols appear that represent aspects of your unconscious. The same is true here. Reality is dreaming you into being, and synchronicities are the moments when that dream becomes lucid, when your unconscious begins speaking through outer events. That song playing at the exact moment you needed to hear it, that's not just a playlist. That's an echo from the deeper layers of your psyche. That stranger who says the exact words you were just thinking, that's not just a fluke, that's your field intersecting with another. Time and space are not barriers to consciousness, they are tools, and synchronicity is how consciousness uses them to communicate with itself. It's tempting to look for logic, for causality, to trace a direct line from one thing to another, but synchronicity doesn't operate that way. It's not linear, it's quantum. It exists in a realm where cause and effect collapse into presence, where intention bends time, where meaning is the currency that orders events. And when you open yourself to this realm, not blindly but with grounded awareness, you begin to see how incredibly alive the universe really is. It's not a machine, it's a mirror. But that mirror doesn't just reflect your conscious desires, it reflects your frequency. If you're caught in self-doubt, you'll start noticing signs that mirror your fear. If you're rooted in trust and presence, you'll notice synchronicities that affirm your path. The universe isn't rewarding or punishing you, it's resonating with you. It's responding to your dominant vibration, not your passing thoughts. And the more coherent your energy, the more clear and frequent the synchronicities become. This is why so many people experience an explosion of synchronicities during spiritual awakenings. As their identity begins to unravel and they move from ego to essence, they enter a new resonance, one that aligns with the flow of life, rather than the friction of control. In that space, the universe begins to respond not to their thoughts, but to their being. And the result is a life that feels choreographed by something far greater than chance, because it is. But beware, the ego can hijack synchronicity too. It can turn it into a game of signs and superstitions, a desperate search for meaning in every leaf or number. That's not alignment. That's anxiety wearing a spiritual mask. True synchronicity doesn't demand interpretation. It reveals itself effortlessly. You feel it deeply, it hums with resonance, it brings peace, clarity, or a quiet sense of being seen. You don't have to decode it like a puzzle, you simply have to listen. And when you do, life begins to teach you through direct experience. You learn that timing matters, that not all delays are denials, that the right person, the right message, the right moment will arrive, not when you want it, but when you're ready for it. Synchronicity isn't a tool to control the future, it's a mirror to show you the present. It invites you to trust that what's meant for you can't be missed, that the invisible web of consciousness is already holding you, guiding you, aligning things in ways your logical mind could never plan. You start to live differently. You stop pushing so hard. You become more curious. You follow the energy, the nudges, the subtle pulls. You stop needing proof. You start listening to the music beneath the noise. And that's when life gets strange, in the best way. You walk into rooms and feel like you've been guided there. You meet people who seem to hold keys to doors you didn't even know existed. You follow a hunch, and it leads you to exactly what you needed. You stop trying to make sense of everything because you realize the intelligence that runs this show is already at work. And your job is not to understand every move, but to trust the dance. Synchronicity is the dance of the divine in your daily life. It's grace made visible. It's the hidden order peeking through the veil of chaos. And the more you honor it, the more you become a conscious participant in that dance. You begin to realize that your life is not random, that your presence matters, that your thoughts ripple through the field, that what you seek is also seeking you. Not metaphorically but energetically, and that every moment, no matter how mundane, is an invitation to notice the deeper rhythm beneath it all. So the next time life surprises you with a perfect alignment, don't dismiss it, don't explain it away. Pause, feel it, smile. You are being spoken to not in words but in wonder, not in logic but in love. The universe is not just around you, it is within you, and synchronicity is how it lets you know. It sees you, it hears you, and it's always, always listening. You've been taught to think of beliefs as reflections of the world, mental summaries of things you've observed to be true. You believe the sun rises, that fire burns, that gravity holds you to the ground. And somewhere along the way, this idea of belief was extended to deeper things too. What you believe about yourself, about people, about love, success, spirituality, and purpose. You were told that your beliefs come from your experiences, that they are formed after life shows you what's real. But what if it's the other way around? What if life shows you what you believe? What if your beliefs aren't passive descriptions of reality, but the code that programs it? It's a radical idea. It shifts the entire structure of cause and effect. Because if your beliefs shape what you perceive, what you attract, and even what you experience as possible, then your reality isn't objective. It's malleable, responsive, built from the inside out. And in that case, the limits you face in life, where you struggle, where you get stuck, where you feel invisible or unlucky, aren't external facts. They're feedback, reflections of the unconscious beliefs you carry, the silent expectations you never thought to question, the permissions you never gave yourself to receive. From the moment you were born, you began absorbing beliefs like a sponge, not through words, but through emotion, repetition, and energy. You learned what was safe and what was dangerous, what made you lovable and what made you invisible. You watched your parents react to stress, to joy, to love, to failure, and you internalized their emotional blueprints. You picked up cultural ideas about worth, about what it means to succeed, to be spiritual, to be attractive, to be enough. And most of this happened before you had the capacity to think critically, before you had language. These beliefs formed the architecture of your perception, and because they were so deeply embedded, you stopped noticing them. They became the invisible lens through which you saw everything. And then life began to mirror those beliefs back to you. If you believed that love is conditional, you found partners who confirmed it. If you believed that success requires suffering, you struggled and called it normal. If you believed the world is unsafe, your nervous system stayed on high alert, and danger seemed to find you again and again. It wasn't personal. It was programmed. Not because the universe is cruel, but because it's precise. Reality doesn't give you what you want, it gives you what you are, what you vibrate, what you expect, what you believe at the deepest level. This is why two people can walk through the same world and have entirely different experiences. One sees opportunity, the other sees threat. One feels loved, the other feels abandoned. One thrives, the other survives. It's not that reality favors one over the other. It's that their inner coding writes different scripts. The field of experience is infinite, but what you perceive, what you live, is filtered through the software of your beliefs. And here's the strange part. Most of these beliefs were never chosen. They were inherited, picked up in moments of trauma, repetition, or unconscious imitation, which means that most people are living realities that don't even belong to them. They are playing out scripts written by someone else's fear, someone else's limitation. And because it feels familiar, it feels true. But truth and familiarity are not the same. Many of the things you believe with absolute certainty about yourself, about the world, about what's possible, are not truths. They're habits, loops, patterns running in the background. So what happens when you change a belief? The answer is both simple and profound. Your reality begins to shift. Not always instantly, but undeniably. Because beliefs are not just thoughts. They are energetic permissions. When you change what you believe is possible, you begin to emit a different signal. You start to take different actions, speak different words, feel different emotions. You walk differently. You choose differently. And reality responds. Because reality is not fixed, it's intelligent. And it listens to the instructions you send, consciously or unconsciously. This is why affirmations work only when they penetrate belief. Repeating, "I am abundant," means nothing if your core belief is, "I'm always lacking." But if, through awareness, practice, and embodied experience, you begin to shift that core belief, then the affirmation becomes a command, a signal, a new code that begins to rewire your reality from the ground up. Your beliefs shape your attention, what you notice, what you ignore. They shape your energy, how open you are to receiving. They shape your behavior, what you try, what you avoid, what you think you deserve, and so they shape your outcomes, not by magic, but by resonance. You cannot outact your beliefs for long. If you don't believe you are worthy of love, you'll sabotage every relationship. If you don't believe wealth is safe, you'll unconsciously block it. If you believe you have to struggle to grow, you'll recreate struggle even when it's no longer necessary. Because your reality is a reflection not of who you want to be, but of what you believe you are. This is both terrifying and liberating. Terrifying because it means you're responsible for more than you realized. Liberating because it means you can change your life from the inside out. You don't have to manipulate the outside world. You don't have to wait for permission. You have access to the core code. And when you change the code, the simulation shifts. So the question becomes, what do you believe? Not what do you say you believe, but what do you actually expect? What do you assume? When something good happens, do you brace for it to be taken away? When someone loves you, do you doubt it? When you think about your future, do you see possibility or do you feel dread? These are your real beliefs. They are the ones writing your script, not your intentions, not your goals, your beliefs. To rewrite them, you don't need to force yourself to think positively. You need to become curious. You need to notice the stories you're carrying. You need to ask, where did I learn this? Is this actually true? Is this belief serving me? Who would I be without it? And you need to embody the new belief, not just mentally, but energetically. That means practicing new ways of feeling, moving, speaking, deciding. That means surrounding yourself with environments and people that reflect the new frequency. That means honoring the discomfort of stepping outside the familiar. Because make no mistake, the old beliefs will resist. They will scream. They will find evidence to validate themselves. They don't want to die, but you don't have to fight them. You just have to stop feeding them. Every time you choose from the new belief, every time you act as if the new reality is already true, you weaken the old code, and eventually it crumbles. And in its place something new emerges, a reality that feels different. Not because the world changed, but because you did. You start attracting different experiences, not because you've become lucky, but because your signal has shifted. You've told the universe a new story about who you are, and it's listening. You are not a passive observer of reality. You are a participant in its creation. You are not here to describe the world. You are here to program it, not through control, but through coherence. When your beliefs align with your desires, with your truth, with your soul, then life begins to flow. Not perfectly, not without challenge, but with a sense of meaning, resonance, and direction. You are the coder, your beliefs are the code, and reality is the screen. Long before you understood who you were, before you had thoughts about your purpose or beliefs about your place in the world, you were given a name, spoken by others, repeated around you, whispered into your sleeping ears. That name became a doorway, a summoning, a label tied to everything you would eventually become. But what no one told you is this. Your name is not just a convenient identifier, it's a spell cast upon you before you even knew how to speak. And every time it's spoken, every time you answer to it, a tiny part of that original programming is reinforced, reactivated, and embedded more deeply into your nervous system. The word you call yourself becomes a container. It holds everything. Your story, your wounds, your culture, your conditioning. When someone calls your name, they're not just getting your attention. They're invoking the entire identity you've built around that word. And you respond not just physically, but energetically. You respond with all the expectations, all the emotions, all the history that name has come to represent. You say yes, but what you're really saying yes to is the entire story attached to the identity you've been wearing your whole life. And yet, you didn't choose your name. You inherited it. Just like you inherited so many of your beliefs, habits, and emotional patterns. Your name is like a doorway someone else painted for you. your parents, your culture, your lineage, and you walked through it unquestioningly. You were taught that this name is you, that it's the most central, unchanging part of who you are. But what if it isn't? What if your name is just the first layer of the spell? What if the real you is hidden beneath that label, deeper than language, untouched by any spoken word? In ancient traditions, names held power because they were believed to bind the soul. To name something was to claim dominion over it, and to give someone a name was to set the tone for their life path. That idea might sound archaic, but think about this. When you hear your name, you don't just hear a word. You feel something. A contraction, a resonance, a weight. Depending on your life experience, your name may feel heavy, cold, sharp, tired. It may feel warm, clear, and strong. Either way, the feeling is real. Because language programs your nervous system. It tells your body who you think you are. And your body believes it. Every time you introduce yourself, "Hi, I'm you're casting the spell again. You're not just saying your name. You're announcing your identity. You're reaffirming the mask you've learned to wear. You're signaling to others and to yourself, this is the story I'm carrying. And the story isn't just external. It runs deep. If your name was always spoken with criticism, you learned to brace every time you heard it. If it was attached to high expectations, you learned to perform. If it was ignored, you learned to shrink. These responses became embodied, subconscious, automatic, so that by the time you reached adulthood, the sound of your own name triggered a whole chain of reactions, most of which you never questioned. But here's the thing. You are not your name, and you are not your story. You are the awareness beneath it all. The presence that hears the name, that watches the identity, that feels the contraction but is not defined by it. You are not the spell. You are the magician who can learn to rewrite it. This realization is subtle but powerful. It begins when you notice how you speak about yourself. What words follow I am? Every I am is a mini-spell. I am tired. I am not enough. I am broken. These aren't just observations, they are affirmations, declarations, programming statements embedded in your consciousness and repeated until they feel like truth. But they are not truth. They are commands, and your body, your brain, and your energy field respond accordingly. You live into your language, even if the language is unconscious. It gets even more profound when you realize that the entire structure of language is built around separation. Subject, verb, object, me, you, this, that, all distinctions, all divisions. Language doesn't describe the world, it cuts it into pieces. And when you build your identity through language, you inherit that fragmentation. You begin to think of yourself as an isolated thing, a self, a name, a character with boundaries and roles and limits. But that's not what you are. You are not the words. You are the silence beneath them. When you speak your name, you summon an avatar, a personality, a history. And that's not wrong. It's useful, it's functional, but it's not you. It's a costume, a placeholder, a way for this infinite, formless awareness to temporarily play a game in the finite realm. The problem is not that you have a name. The problem is that you believe the name is you, that the avatar is the core, that the spell is the substance. So what happens when you loosen that grip, when you start to see your name not as a fact but as a function? You gain freedom. You begin to notice the space between the name and the awareness. You start to play with identity instead of being trapped inside it. You begin to rewrite the spell. You can begin by choosing your language more carefully. Instead of, I am anxious, you say, I notice anxiety moving through me. Instead of, I am worthless, you say, a thought of unworthiness is arising. You shift from being the spell to being the witness. And in that shift, the spell begins to weaken. You are no longer trapped in the loop. You're watching the loop from a place of clarity. You can also play with naming itself. Many spiritual traditions offer the practice of taking on a new name as a symbol of rebirth. Not because the new name is magical in itself, but because it represents a conscious reprogramming, a declaration that you are no longer living from the old spell. You are authoring a new one. You can even go deeper. Give yourself names that reflect qualities, truths, or energies you want to embody. Whisper them to yourself. Write them down. Call yourself by what you choose, not what you inherited. Even if you don't change your legal name, you can change your energetic one. You can stop answering to every label thrown your way. You can stop identifying with the small self that clings to old definitions. You can let go of names like failure, unlovable, too much, not enough. These, too, are spells, spoken by others, internalized by you, but they only have power if you believe them. If you respond, you have the power to choose differently. And here's the secret. The most powerful spell you can cast isn't a name at all. It's silence, presence, stillness. When you drop beneath identity, beneath language, beneath the need to be someone, you return to your essence. And that essence has no name. It cannot be spoken. It cannot be labeled. It simply is. Pure awareness. Unchanging. Infinite. The moment you rest in that, every false spell begins to dissolve. You stop being a name reacting to the world and you become the world, recognizing itself in form. So yes, your name is a spell, but you are the one casting it, every day, with every thought, every word, every story you tell about yourself. And you can choose, you can cast a new one, or you can drop the need for spells altogether. You can let go of the name and rest in what you've always been. Nameless, boundless, free. They told you imagination was child's play, a soft, harmless place to wander when the world became too much. They told you to stop daydreaming, to get your head out of the clouds, to face reality. But what they never told you, what they didn't even realize themselves, is that your imagination wasn't a distraction from reality. It was the workshop where reality is made. It's not pretend. It's not passive. It's not fiction. It's code, creative code. And every time you imagine something vividly, emotionally, repeatedly, you are writing that code into the operating system of your life. You were born into a world that programs imagination out of you, not directly but subtly. First they give you rules, what's possible, what's respectable, what's safe. Then they give you roles, who you are, what you can be, what success looks like. Then they fill your calendar, your attention, your energy with tasks and expectations, until your inner world becomes a quiet hum in the background, muted, abandoned, dismissed. And yet, beneath all that conditioning, your imagination waits, patient, untouched. It is the birthplace of everything you've ever created, desired, or become. Most people don't realize that every structure around them, the cities, the technology, the language, even the institutions, were once someone's vision, once imagined, long before they became tangible. Reality doesn't form from what exists. It forms from what is envisioned. Imagination is the blueprint that precedes manifestation. Thought doesn't follow reality. Reality follows thought. It may not be instant, it may not be obvious, but it is constant. And when you learn to direct your imagination consciously, deliberately, you begin to shape the matrix of your own life. Imagination isn't just a mental exercise, it's energetic architecture. When you imagine something with emotional depth and sensory vividness, your body doesn't know the difference. It reacts as if it's real. Your nervous system activates, your heart rate changes, your subconscious accepts it as input. That means imagination is more than visualization. It's instruction. Your body starts behaving in accordance with the imagined experience. Your beliefs shift, your expectations tilt, and what you expect you attract, not because it's magical, but because it's mechanical. Your mind is like a projector. What you hold in it becomes the slide through which light shines. Your outer world reflects your inner imagery. This is why chronic worry is so toxic. It's negative imagination rehearsed into reality. And it's why people who constantly fear the worst often experience it. They are unconsciously running creative code that instructs their energy field to attract the very thing they dread, not as punishment, not as karma, but as feedback, as resonance. But this power works both ways. When you imagine a reality where you are safe, loved, abundant, free, you begin to entrain your field to that frequency. And the universe responds. Doors open, people shift, opportunities that seemed impossible start to show up in strange, synchronistic ways. It's not luck, it's alignment. You're not chasing outcomes, you're becoming the vibrational match to the outcome, and it begins to move toward you. This is why the most transformative people, artists, visionaries, mystics, spend so much time alone in silence, in imagination. They are creating the future in the invisible before it ever becomes visible. They don't wait for permission. They don't check for approval. They live in the realm of what could be, and by holding that vision long enough, they bring it into form. You don't need to be famous or enlightened to do this. You're doing it already. You've been imagining your whole life. The only difference now is that you can do it consciously. So, what are you imagining? Not just when you're meditating, but when you're drifting off to sleep, when you're walking down the street, when you're lost in thought. Are you rehearsing failure or fulfillment? Are you picturing conflict or connection? Your habitual thoughts are the templates you're feeding into your field. They are your prayers in disguise. And the universe doesn't respond to what you want. It responds to what you consistently imagine as real. This is why affirmations alone don't always work. If you're saying, "I am wealthy," while imagining debt, struggle, and fear, your imagination wins. Because it's the deeper input, it's the one your subconscious takes seriously. It's the one that shapes your frequency. To change your life, you must change the theater of your inner world. Not just with words, but with immersive imagery that feels real to you on an emotional level. That's where the power lives. Imagination isn't fluff. It's foundational. Every quantum physicist, when they reach the edge of measurable reality, begins to speak in metaphors, in possibility fields, in probabilities collapsing based on observation. What does that mean? It means consciousness interacts with the field, and what is imagination if not focused consciousness? It's how you observe possibility. It's how you select from the infinite and say, this. This is why imagination has been suppressed, trivialized, and pushed to the edges of adulthood, because it is power. If people understood that their inner world creates their outer experience, they would become unstoppable. They would no longer be obedient, no longer reactive. They would no longer play small just to fit in someone else's picture. They would paint their own. And the world would change, not slowly but profoundly. Children understand this intuitively. They play with invisible friends, talk to trees, become superheroes in their minds. And the joy is real. The transformation is real. They know the boundary between imagination and reality is thin, permeable. But they're taught to shut it down, to be realistic, to grow up, to trade dreams for duties. And by the time they reach adulthood, their inner world is a quiet echo of what it once was. But it's still there, and it's waiting for you. It's waiting for you to remember how to imagine on purpose, to close your eyes and not escape reality, but build it, to feel your way into the version of life you know is possible, not because someone told you, but because you've seen it in your soul. And when you do, everything changes. You stop looking at the outside world for proof. You stop waiting for signs before you believe. You understand that belief creates the signs, that the outer world is always a beat behind your inner state, that when you change your inner imagery, the script changes, the people change, the outcomes change, because the projector has a new slide. This doesn't mean you can bypass pain or skip the lessons. Life still brings contrast. Growth still requires challenge. But now, you navigate it with vision, with power, with awareness. You know that even in the storm, you hold the brush. You hold the code. And by choosing to imagine a new reality, even in the face of evidence to the contrary, You begin to change the magnetic field around you, not metaphorically, energetically, measurably. This is why prayer works. Not because someone is listening, but because you are listening. Because when you pray from the heart, when you feel the end result as if it's already happened, you align your being with that version of reality. You embody it, and in doing so you collapse time. You bring the future into the now. Imagination isn't pretend, it's prophetic. And the most sacred thing you can do is reclaim it, not just for yourself but for the collective. Because when enough people imagine a new world, one where compassion is normal, where freedom is celebrated, where truth is honored, the field begins to shift. Possibility begins to gather mass, and reality bends toward it. So the next time someone tells you to be realistic, smile. Because realism is just consensus illusion, and you didn't come here to agree with what already exists. You came here to remember that you are a creator, that your thoughts are blueprints, that your emotions are magnetic, and that your imagination is the most powerful tool you will ever possess.